Order, order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for Housing, Community and Local Government, David Hines.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to building the new homes that people need so we can end the housing crisis that we inherited. The method for calculating local housing need aligns with the government's ambition for 1.5 million new homes over the course of this Parliament. It reflects affordability and there are no plans to change it.
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for his response. The housing formula has resulted in huge increases for parts of rural England, including a doubling of the number in my East Hampshire constituency, and it should be reviewed overall. But this question is about one specific aspect, whereby in an unintended way, also the mix of housing that's being delivered may be skewed. I've written to his colleague, the Minister. All I ask is that the Department looks at that with an open mind and considers it fully.
Secretary of State.
I'm always happy to listen to his suggestions and ensure that he gets a response. But just to reassure him, the housing targets do reflect the baseline of local housing stock. But I will ensure he gets the letter that he's requesting.
Question number 2.
Secretary of State.
The Mayor of London and I discussed the rate of house building in London as soon as I came into office at the beginning of September last year. House building in London is flatlining because the previous government failed to take action when it was clear it was happening from 2023 right across the country. Last October, the Mayor and I launched a joint stimulus package to increase house building in London. We and our teams remain in regular contact to ensure we can get on and build the new housing that Londoners need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State mentions a countrywide problem, but the housing starts numbers in London are particularly pitiful. There were only about 370 new starts for every month of last year. That is the lowest level for almost any region for any year that I have been alive. There were nearly 6 times as many starts in the South East, even though the housing crisis in the South East is exported from London. So it would be good to hear a little bit more about exactly what that plan involves, what number of starts the Secretary of State expects to see this year, and if that target is missed, what will happen next?
We are, of course, because of the time it takes between submitting an application and getting spades in the ground, seeing the tail end of what was going on under the previous government. We've already changed planning legislation and passed what is now the Planning and Infrastructure Act, which will dramatically speed up the planning process to get more housing through the system faster and lowering the cost for developers of getting those homes built. We've made changes to the NPPF to speed up house building in London, around London and across the rest of the country as well, and we expect to see that upturn over coming months.
Marsha Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Battersea, we are delivering more affordable homes for people to buy and rent. And I welcome the recent plans by the Mayor, the Council and Battersea Power Station to deliver more than 200 social homes. So will the Secretary of State join me in welcoming these plans, which show that Labour in London is delivering for local people?
I am more than happy, Mr. Speaker, to add my congratulations to her own to Wandsworth Council for ensuring that they are increasing the supply of affordable housing around Battersea Power Station, where we desperately need to see more. There's a fantastic development there, but on the Wandsworth side, inadequate levels of social housing under the previous Conservative administration that council had.
Shadow Minister Gareth Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, at the outset of the Secretary of State's answer to my honourable friend, one could be forgiven for thinking that we had an entirely new Mayor of London, but in fact, this year we celebrate, or perhaps more appropriately, commiserate, a decade of Sadiq Khan's tenure as London Mayor, and in this decade, in the most prosperous city in Europe, Sadiq Khan has overseen not just stalling but consistently falling rates of private construction starts. Recent figures from Morior show that London began building just 3,248 new homes in the first 9 months of 2025, leaving it on track to start building fewer than 5,000 in 2025 in total. Incredibly, Mr. Speaker, the government's response has been to cut their floundering mayor's housing targets by 11%, but skyrocket targets in outer London authorities, which is where the vast majority of Greenbelt land is. This includes an increase of almost 400% compared to previously approved London plan targets in my own local council area of Bromley. Can the Secretary of State please explain why people living in places like Bromley and our local Greenbelt must pay the price for Sadiq Khan's decade of failure and uselessness?
Secretary of State.
Of course, it's not the Mayor of London who can change planning legislation, it's government. And despite knowing the problems that it caused, the previous government did nothing for 14 years. It's taken us to do it, and we've done it in barely a year and a half in power. Now, he mentions Bromley. I've got Bromley's figures in front of me. They managed just 70 housing starts last year, just 70 across the entire borough. Entirely inadequate. They need to do better.
Bacon.
What the Secretary of State didn't say, of course, Mr. Speaker, is that local boroughs are not in charge of building out planning consents. And what he didn't acknowledge is that local boroughs in London are subject to the London Plan. Now, the Secretary of State claims that he's working with the Mayor of London, who writes the London Plan, to build more homes, but unlike him, the facts don't heed the Mayor's spin. According to Molior, there were just 3,950 new homes sold in London in the first half of 2025. And as I've just said, 3,248 private house starts in the first 9 months of 2025 against a 9-month target of 66,000. The Secretary of State has said last year that his own job should be on the line if he fails to meet his housing target. So why doesn't he practice what he preaches? Do London as a favour and tell sorry Sadiq to pack his bags over his decade of failure.
Well, as he should know, changes to the London Plan were part of the package that I announced with the Mayor of London, because this government is prepared to work with the Mayor of London to get the homes built. The previous government wanted to hobble the Mayor of London so he couldn't get the homes built, so they could score silly little political points rather than giving people the homes that they need to live in. They were happy to sit back and watch homelessness double over 14 years. We're not. We're going to build the homes this country needs, including in London.
Good job.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government, as we've been hearing, inherited a housing crisis, with the sector flatlining nationally since 2023. In October, the Mayor of London and I launched a joint package to speed up house building in London. In December, my colleague, the Housing Minister, launched a consultation on reforms to the National Planning Policy Framework to increase housing supply, including moving to a default yes to applications near railway stations. All of that will increase house building and help us achieve our target during this Parliament.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. In my Spelthorne constituency, as a result of action taken by the independent Labour, Lib Dem and Green-led Borough Council, we have no local plan and haven't had for a couple of years. It was finally submitted to the Planning Inspectorate on the 25th of November. As a result, it's been a sort of planning Wild West in Spelthorne for the last couple of years, which I'm keen to bring to an end. Could the Secretary of State use his good offices to influence the Planning Inspector to try and turn around this particular local plan as soon as possible?
Secretary.
Well, I would certainly urge all local authorities to ensure that they have in place a local plan. 2/3 of local authorities, when we came into government, didn't have a plan. They need one, because it will help developers to know what they can build and where they can build them, and speed up house building. And I think we all want to see that.
Hello, Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we are building the new homes that we desperately need, it's really important that we think about playgrounds and access to play. I've just audited all the playgrounds in Hastings and Rye and found that many parents and children have to walk over 20 minutes, particularly in new build estates, and housing associations have shamefully closed many playgrounds in recent years. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss these findings and how we can make sure that new house building includes access to play, and put pressure on housing associations to live up to their duty to provide play as well?
Well, of course, she makes a very important point, and we're not just trying to build homes, we're trying to build communities, and communities need the facilities and infrastructure that allows them to meet their wider aspirations for the places where they're living. Some of that will be in the new NPPF that we've brought forward, but I'm more than happy to make sure she gets the meeting she wants to ensure that the detail of what her constituents want to see is included in the changes we're bringing forwards.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State in his response talks about increasing the pace of build-outs, but also quality is important too, as we strive for this 1.5 million homes. So would the Secretary of State comment to the House whether he will use the powers of the Building Safety Act 2022 to make the new Homes Ombudsman a mandatory process, because we currently only have 60% of developers signed up to that scheme?
Secretary of State?
Well, we are making changes to building standards and the BSR that he will be aware of. I'm happy to look at the proposal that he makes and happy to engage with him further if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Blackpool, we've got a waiting list around 12,000 for social and council housing. With the deprivation throughout Blackpool, we know the quality of housing is below where it needs to be, and so many people are struggling with their health and other conditions. So will the Secretary of State outline to myself and Blackpool Council what more can be done for us to build those social housing we desperately need to meet the target of 1.5 million?
Well, he describes a situation in Blackpool that I'm sure members across the House will recognise from many other constituencies as well, the desperate need for more social and affordable housing. And he will be pleased to be reminded that the new Social and Affordable Homes programme, £39 billion, which will deliver the biggest increase in social and affordable housing in this country for a generation, opens for bids next month. And I hope his local authority will be keen to make applications to it.
Shadow Minister Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with a new year, often come New Year's resolutions. And so I wondered if the Secretary of State will make a New Year's resolution and accept the truth that the government will not meet its 1.5 million housing target that he set out. And will he confirm that he still thinks that his job is on the line if he doesn't achieve that? But, Mr. Speaker, with huge focus placed on rural areas with no infrastructure, but cities, often Labour cities, left off the hook, will he now commit to changing the formula to make it fairer and, more importantly, more deliverable?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think if his party hadn't scrapped house building targets around the country, we might be seeing more of the kinds of homes that we need in every single part of the country, urban, suburban, or indeed rural. And as for our targets, the OBR's judgment, the independent OBR set up by the previous Conservative government, their judgment is that this government is going to oversee the biggest increase in house building for 40 years, and that is going to put the key to their own homes in the hands of people who were denied that under the Conservatives.
Philip Siddiq.
Number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll take questions 4, 7, 10 and 18 together. Leasehold and common hold reform are key priorities for this government, and we remain absolutely determined to honour the commitments made in our manifesto and finally bring the feudal leasehold system to an end in this Parliament. We've already brought into force a range of provisions from the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024 and will progress the required secondary legislation to commence many more this year. We also intend to publish an ambitious draft common hold and leasehold reform bill in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leaseholders on Hillcrest Estate in Highgate in my constituency have written to me because they have 84 years left on their leases. They are unsure whether they should wait for the government reforms, which, by the way, they welcome, or whether they should proceed with lease extension now to avoid the costs of incurring marriage value. Their fear, which I'm very sympathetic to, is that they extend under the current law and then better terms are brought in under new legislation. I know the Minister has just said reforms will happen in this Parliament, but could I urgently ask him to provide further clarity on the timings of the proposed reforms, as any savings from these reforms could have a huge impact on 100 of my constituents living in the Hillcrest Estate.
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. I appreciate fully, Mr. Speaker, that leaseholders with leases approaching 80 years remaining want clarity as to when the enfranchisement provisions in the 2024 Act will be brought into force. To bring those provisions into force, we need to not only consult on valuation rates, but also rectify through primary legislation the small number of serious flaws in the 2024 Act that the previous government bequeathed to us. The latter is obviously a more challenging proposition than the former, but we intend to make the necessary fixes as soon as possible so that leaseholders can begin to benefit from the new valuation process. But I'm more than happy to speak to my honourable friend in further detail about the way we plan to take these reforms forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was glad to get involved in the government's recent consultation on property service fees. Over 700 of my constituents living in new builds in and around Reading have written to me about high fees and unfair behaviour from property management agents. One constituent, called Sunil, said to me that we are throwing our money down the drain to these crooks and they know they can take advantage. So will the Housing Minister meet with me and my fellow Labour MPs working on this issue to discuss what more can be done to crack down on such awful behaviour from rogue agents such as First Sports?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for that question. The Government is determined to reduce the prevalence of private estate management arrangements and provide those who currently live on freehold estates with greater rights and protections. To that end, we launched 2 comprehensive consultations before Christmas. I'm very glad to hear my honourable friend has engaged with those consultations. I encourage all honourable members from across the House to do the same, and I'm more than happy to meet with a group of colleagues on these benches to discuss the consultations and our proposals in more detail.
Mary Kelly-Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Residents on the Akeley Woods development in my constituency have recently been informed that collectively they'll be charged £15,000 this year for the management company to run their estate of just over 270 homes, on top of the scandalous £31,000 just to cover the running costs of the management company itself. This is happening to millions of homeowners up and down the country. So does the Minister agree that it's long past time that we end the scandal of freeholders being locked into agreements with management companies and make local authority adoption the default for new builds?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and the case she draws the House's attention to highlights the unfair charges that so many residential freeholders are subject to. As well as acting to reduce the prevalence of privately managed estates, which are the root cause of the problems experienced by residential freeholders, we are committed to implementing new consumer protections for homeowners on freehold estates. The consultation launched before Christmas seeks views, Mr Speaker, on how, not whether, we implement the relevant provisions from the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act, and I know my honourable friend will ensure her constituents are supported in sharing their views on the subject as part of that exercise.
Caroline Downey.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My Gosport constituents are, so many of them are locked in some lousy leaseholds, and they're so tired of seeing service charges rise while the quality of service is falling. Bills are often eye-watering and quite often just completely opaque. The Conservatives did pass the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act, as he said. It did give leaseholders more powers to better scrutinise and challenge these costs. But on his watch, implementation is being painfully slow. Why the delay? When will leaseholders begin to see the benefits of legislation that was designed to put an end to the practice that he himself described as unfair and unreasonable?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question, and I fully appreciate the wish of her leaseholders in her constituency and across the country to see these reforms introduced. She's absolutely right that the 2024 Act included measures to enhance transparency around service charges, to make it easier for leaseholders to challenge unreasonable service charge increases. We consulted last July on how to introduce those. It's a very technical consultation. I draw her attention to it, quite lengthy document. We will introduce the necessary secondary legislation this year so that leaseholders can benefit from those provisions.
Sarah Green.
Residents at a retirement village in my constituency are concerned that existing legislation removes normal leasehold protections for those living in retirement communities, leaving residents with weak, unenforceable operator promises. Can the Minister clarify the protection for retirement village residents that upcoming leasehold reforms will introduce to ensure greater transparency and fairness?
Mr Speaker, as you'd expect, I can't preempt what will be contained in our draft Common Hold and Leasehold Reform Bill, but if the honourable lady wishes to write to me about the specific issue, I'm more than happy to provide her with a comprehensive response.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just before Christmas, Mr Rahman, a leaseholder in a Taylor Wimpey property, came to see me. There's 100 years remaining on his lease and a modest ground rent, but he can't secure a sale because Taylor Wimpey won't agree to a reasonable deed of variation in terms of the ground rent provisions. He's incurred costs of upwards of £5,000 and is basically stuck in his property. So I'd be very grateful if the Minister would look at this case. I have written to him and see if the plans that he has will be able to meet this poor individual's circumstances.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I'd say in general terms, Mr Speaker, that anyone considering extending their lease or acquiring their freehold should obviously consider seeking specialist advice from a solicitor or surveyor, but I'll ensure he receives a prompt answer to his question to see if any of the reforms we're taking forward will give some redress to his constituent.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Echelome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer on this. And I know that this is an issue that he has been taking a lot of time to debate and look at, and he can see the cross-party support and concern for many constituents up and down the country on this big issue on leasehold. We on the Select Committee are ready to help him in terms of making sure that legislation is right, fit and proper. I just wanted to tease the Minister's answer again. Can he confirm to the House that he's still on track to ensure that we end the issue around leasehold and common hold by the end of this Parliament?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend and the Chair of the Select Committee for that question. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. We remain steadfast in our commitment to the promises on our manifesto to bring the feudal leasehold system to an end. Despite the noises off from the usual naysayers, the imminent publication of our ambitious draft Common Hold and Leasehold Reform Bill will be the beginning of the end for that system, one that has tainted the dream of home ownership for so many households across the country. As my honourable friend knows, this is a large and incredibly complex and technical piece of legislation, and I hope she and the rest of the House would agree that it's worth a brief extension to ensure we get things right and avoid a deficient act such as the one which the previous government left us with and we're now having to fix through primary legislation.
Dr Alpington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take the Minister back to the circumstances of constituents who are living in retirement communities? I've got a community of constituents who live at Mitchett Heath, owned by Cognatum Estate, who are experiencing very, very high service charges. I've written to the Minister about it before, but they're made nervous by talk of delay. They're on a fixed income very often with fixed income pensions. They're getting older. They want to enjoy their retirement in peace. Can the Minister offer them any reassurance today?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. He has written to me about it. He's if I politely say, generated a huge number of questions about this issue. We've met about it, I think, on one occasion. I'm more than happy to have another conversation with him to try and get to the root of his concerns.
Senator Minister Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leaseholders, like renters and prospective homeowners, have been made big promises by this government. So can I ask the Minister what assessment he has made that the impact that botched local government reorganisation, cuts to the budgets of 2/3 of England's local authorities, delays to elections, and the wholesale abolition of housing and planning authorities in England's shires will have on the delivery of these promises? This is just another promise the government isn't going to deliver, isn't it?
Minister.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Shadow Minister's come in on the wrong question, but I can't see how in any shape or form local government reorganisation will influence in any way our ambitious leasehold and common hold reform agenda.
Most Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fully 5 million leaseholders are plunged into the dark before Christmas. Thousands report feeling angry and abandoned. Why is it then that the government chose to delay its ending of the feudal leasehold system? And will the government go further and follow the calls from Lib Dems and others to regulate property agents and to cap extortionate service charges?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I'll answer him quite directly. The unforeseen delays in question that meant we couldn't publish the draft bill before Christmas relate to nothing more than the fact that some elements of policy and drafting are still being finalised. And as I've said, Mr. Speaker, this is a large and incredibly complex and technical bill. I think the House would support getting it right in the first instance if that means the delay of a few weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leaseholders are being hit increasingly with flood risk and difficulty of getting insurance. Rockwell Green in my constituency flooded twice in the last 7 years. Why then is the government proposing to weaken the rules preventing development in areas of high flood risk? And how many homes will be affected in future by more flooding as a result?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've not weakened protections against flooding. The National Planning Policy Framework, the draft that's currently out to consultation, remains clear that inappropriate development in areas at risk of flooding should be avoided by directing development away from areas at highest risk. The consultation currently underway into the statutory consultee system retains the requirement for local authorities to notify the Secretary of State before approving developments that the Environment Agency has objected to. We're not weakening the protections in the way he claims.
Question. Sean Mudcott.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our manifesto committed us to delivering the biggest increase in social and affordable house building in a generation. We intend to do just that. Our £39 billion social and affordable homes programme will build around 300,000 homes over its 10-year lifetime, of which at least 60% will be social rent. ensuring communities like Banbury get the social and affordable homes they so desperately need.
Sean Wilco, are you all...
I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer. Nearly...
Brett? If not, Minister. Sorry, I'm trying to find out why they all think they're in Banbury. I thought there was only one MP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 11,000 homes in Sherwood District have been granted planning permission but remain unbuilt. This causes understandable frustration for local residents and people in thousands of people in housing need. Can the Minister set out what action the government is taking to improve build-out so that much-needed homes are built and delivered?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for that question. He's a powerful advocate for the interests of Banbury, and he quite forcefully conveys that the communities he represents expect infrastructure and services that have been promised as part of a planning approval to be delivered as quickly as possible. He'll welcome, I'm sure, that the new draft National Planning Policy Framework, which the Government is currently consulting on, proposes strengthened national policies to ensure major residential developments are deliverable within a reasonable period. And he'll also be reassured to know that we intend to take further action to incentivise faster build-out rates, drawing on the 2 consultations we undertook last year.
You are part of Banbury, are you?
The wider Sherwood District Council.
How far
and I'm the neighbouring constituency. Many of my residents are placed in social housing in Banbury Town.
Okay, that'll do as a link. Yeah,
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my constituency neighbour for raising this important question. I wonder if the Minister could reassure my constituents, many of whom are struggling to find social housing, many of whom end up in Banbury coming from my constituency, whether or not the Social and Affordable Housing Fund will pay due attention to the challenges of providing social housing in rural settings so that those who wish to remain within their communities are able to do so and don't put extra demands on towns like Banbury.
We'll have moved, come on.
Well, our new social and affordable housing programme does provide additional flexibility for certain tenures of housing that are more difficult and costly to provide, including rural housing. He'll also, I'm sure, welcome the changes in the draft NPPF out for consultation, which again further strengthen rural affordable housing. We want to see it come forward in far greater numbers than it is at present.
Liz Twist.
Question 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in July last year, we set out a detailed 5-step plan to deliver a decade of renewal in social and affordable housing. That plan includes the biggest boost to grant funding in a generation, the establishment of an effective and stable regulatory regime, and action to rebuild the sector's capacity to borrow and invest in new and existing homes, all of which will help ensure councils and housing associations across the North East can deliver more homes alongside investing in existing stock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to see the government focusing so much on building social housing, including in my Blaydon and Consett constituency. It will be important too to maintain the stock once it's built and to look at existing stock. Can the Minister say when the issue of rent convergence will be resolved?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The Government remains committed, Mr. Speaker, to implementing social rent convergence to support additional investment in new and existing social housing. We'll announce a decision about how social rent convergence will be implemented later this month before the launch of the Social and Affordable Homes programme. That decision will take into account the benefits to the supply and quality of social and affordable housing, the impact on rent payers and welfare spending.
Carlton.
Number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Renters' Rights Act contains provisions that allow tenants to challenge unreasonable rent increases. The new tenancy system will come into force on the 1st of May this year, at which point landlords will only be able to increase rents once per year to the market rate, and tenants will be able to challenge unreasonable increases at the first-tier tribunal. The Act will also put an end to unfair rental bidding practices and landlords demanding large amounts of rent in advance.
Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister. I regularly hear from people in Liverpool Walton being pushed out of their homes by rip-off hikes by unscrupulous landlords. The average rents in Liverpool have risen 8%, well above the average for England. And so I welcome the government has taken action through the Renters' Rights Act to tackle unfair rent increases. But I am concerned that market rents are being used as a benchmark to stop unaffordable rents rising. Could I ask, therefore, the Minister how the government will review the effectiveness of these measures and, if necessary, will it consider further action in due course?
Minister.
We will, of course, Mr. Speaker, keep the implementation of the Act under continual review, but as I've said, the provisions in the Act do allow tenants to challenge unreasonable increases at the first-tier tribunal, with the tribunal making a judgment about whether rent increases are fair and meet that market rate definition. We've been clear, however, that the government doesn't support the introduction of rent controls, including rent stabilisation measures, for the reasons we debated at some length during the passage of the Act.
The House, Robert Lee.
We all know that rent inflation, like all inflation, is caused by over-demand and lack of supply. And we can agree on addressing problems like building more houses, tackling immigration, all that. But would the Minister agree that the more controls and regulations you impose on landlords, particularly small landlords, the more they will get out of the rented sector altogether, causing less supply, rent inflation, hitting vulnerable people?
Yeah. Minister.
I don't accept that all regulation is bad, which I think is the thrust of his question. In many ways, we've clarified and made simpler the grounds for possession that landlords can use under the Act. But he's absolutely right that we need more supply of all homes, including homes in the private rented sector, and giving support to the build-to-rent sector, which will be an important part of the market in coming years.
Question 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the 11th of November last year, I set out the full details of our £39 billion 10-year social and affordable homes programme. In the coming weeks, we'll provide registered providers with the remaining information they need to finalise their business and future supplier plans so that they can submit large and ambitious proposals for when bidding opens next month.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, and with your good grace, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the emergency services who responded so courageously across Cornwall during and in the wake of one of the worst ever storms to hit the Duchy. And also my thanks to the 600,000 people of Cornwall who heeded pre-storm advice and kept fatalities mercifully to a minimum. One loss of life is too many, but it could have been far, far worse, and over 1,000 trees down and hundreds of thousands of people plunged into darkness with no power. I do hope ministers will create the appropriate forum to discuss the lessons learnt from Storm Goretti. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State has confirmed that because of our unique status, Cornwall will be a single strategic authority for the purposes of devolution. The greatest threat facing the constituents of Camborne, Redruth and Hale today is the lack of social and truly affordable homes, compounded by 14,000 second homes and 25,000 Airbnbs, leading to an exodus of our young people and a chronic lack of key workers. Given these factors...
Order. I gave a lot of leeway at the beginning. I think the message will be in the question already. Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question. I think the thrust of his question was on what arrangements can be put in place for Cornwall so that it can better deliver housing and regenerate areas that have identified by the council. Strategic place partnerships, as my honourable friend will know, are reserved for mayoral strategic authorities that bring together more than one council into a combined authority. That said, not least as a result of hearing representation from my honourable friends representing Cornish seats, I've encouraged Homes England to deepen its partnership working with Cornwall Council and to explore a memorandum of understanding or similar partnership agreement to support its ambitious housing and regeneration plans.
Sonia Kumar.
Question 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Electricity at Work regulations of 1989 require people to be competent or under supervision, while building regulations require domestic electrical work to be conducted safely. The government sees no need to establish a statutory national register of electricians who may be listed on the Registered Competent Person Electrical Register already. Nonetheless, the government will continue to work with the Building Safety Regulator on reforms of the Competent Persons Scheme to improve public and building safety.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her response. Gas installers must legally register under the HSE-owned scheme, yet electricians, despite near zero Part P enforcement and around 20,000 electrical fires a year, remain governed by voluntary clubs. Even after the October 2026 rule changes, that addresses qualifications but not enforcement. Does my right honourable friend agree there must be legal protections for electricians, just like gas installers, to safeguard residents?
Mr. Speaker, the government takes electrical safety very seriously, but the risk between gas and electrical work is different. Circuit breakers can shut down electrical systems in milliseconds, protecting people from shock or fire. The consequences of a faulty gas system could be an explosion or carbon monoxide poisoning. The health and safety and electricity at work regulations already exist, and the IET wiring regulations is an accepted code of practice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can I thank the Minister for that answer? Minister, one of the things, the National House Builders Association obviously cover electricians and what they do. Councils also have a role when it comes to pointing out those who should be registered and perhaps aren't. And I think maybe the question I want to ask Mr. Speaker is a simple one. What's been done to encourage those who don't and aren't members of any electrical organisation, but by the very work that they do, they can put people's lives at risk? It's important that those who aren't registered are registered, and the quicker the better. Thank you.
Practitioners should be registered and should be at safety, but I will write to him with the specific details to answer his question. Thank you.
Number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, at Spending Review 2025, we announced record investment to kickstart social and affordable housing at scale across the country. Alongside regulatory certainty and stability and measures to rebuild the capacity of registered providers after their weakening over the previous 14 years, we're ensuring communities in Aldershot will get the social and affordable housing they need.
Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A veteran in my constituency, a father of 5 young daughters, has spent nearly 3 years waiting for a 4-bedroom social home while raising his family in a 2-bedroom property. He has now been told the wait could be a further 3 years. That is 6 years of overcrowding for a family simply needing space to live and grow. Sadly, this is not an isolated case. Last year in my constituency, over 100 families were waiting for a 4-bedroom social home, but only 31 were allocated one. I welcome the government's commitment to building more social homes, but what is it the government doing to make social housing more flexible so families are not left waiting for years for the right home at the right time?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for that question. I'm sorry to hear about the long wait that the veteran in question is facing. It is important that we build more social rented homes after 14 years of engineered decline. That's why 60% of our £39 billion social and affordable housing programme will be allocated to social rented homes. But it's also important that we ensure that veterans get the priority they need. That's why in November 2024 we made changes to the local connection requirement to ensure that veterans now have greater access to social housing. They should be prioritised in the way that allows for.
James McMurdo.
Number 13, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have invited views from Thurrock, Basildon and other councils undergoing local government reorganisation regarding their capacity to deliver local government reorganisation alongside elections. This is a locally led approach. Councils are best placed to judge their capacity, and we will consider their representations carefully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister's answer in reference to this being locally led. There are genuine concerns, though, that the criteria that may be pushed forward as a justification to cancel local elections locally do not meet the standard that would be expected by the resident. So I ask the Minister, what checks and balances do they have in place to ensure that the reasons put forward match the expectations of my voters who want the elections to go ahead?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and raising those points on behalf of residents. Will consider those representations that have been made and consider them alongside precedent and the legal requirements in this area, and will take very seriously the points that he raises on behalf of his constituents.
Liam Cotton.
Question 14, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The death of Awab Ishak, aged just 2 years old, was tragic and it was avoidable. Awab's law came into force for the social rented sector last October, and it forces landlords to fix dangerous damp and mould and emergency repairs to fixed timescales. We've consulted on a revised decent home standard, including proposing a new damp and mould standard. This will ensure landlords keep properties free from damp and mould, and we will respond to the consultation shortly.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Social housing disrepair and neglect is one of the most common issues in my inbox, particularly in Penge, Crystal Palace and Annerley. In one case, a mum in Penge saw her 2 children develop breathing problems and forced onto inhalers due to persistent damp and mould. We know that the health impacts of mould can take hold quickly, so can the Minister set out the steps his department is taking to guarantee the right of social housing tenants to immediate action in such cases, ensuring that the suffering of my constituent and her children is not repeated?
Minister.
I'm very sorry to hear how his constituent and her children have suffered in that circumstance, and I thank him for his question. OAB's law, now in force, will require social landlords to take urgent action to fix dangerous homes, or they will face the full force of the law. As part of these reforms, landlords must now consider the circumstances of tenants which could put them at risk, including the presence of young children or those with disabilities or other health vulnerabilities. Alternative accommodation must also be offered if homes cannot be made safe within the required time frames. These are changes that we all hope will save lives.
Clive Jones.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents, 3 single mothers, have suffered at the hands of builders who have built substandard homes without crucial damp-proof membrane and damp-proof courses. This meant my constituents' homes were riddled with damp and mould, and the house builders have not addressed this serious fault for far too long. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure house builders can be held to account by residents, and that if needed, the local authorities can end relationships with underperforming house builders to protect residents?
So state.
Well, I mean, there are measures other than OAB's law in place that may be able to help if I understood the detail of the case better, but I'd be very happy to write to him. We could look at, for instance, warranties or building enforcement, which may be able to take action. But if he would be kind enough to write to me, I'll ensure that he gets a full response to that point.
Question 15, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government is making good on long overdue promises to fundamentally update the way we fund local authorities, realigning funding with need and deprivation through the first multi-year local government finance settlement in a decade. The provisional 26-27 settlement will make available almost 78 billion in core spending power for local authorities in England, and for Greater Manchester authorities, this makes available up to 3.92 billion in core spending power in 26-27, an increase of 16.4% compared to 24-25, which is above real terms, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely, Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, 40 years of Tory austerity saw the harsh cuts to local government's finances, which left our public services on its knees. This latest funding settlement by the Labour government goes a long way in the righting of the wrongs of the Tories and helping local authorities to be able to deliver quality services for our constituents once again. So can I thank the Secretary of State for giving Manchester City Council 331 million cash injection. But does the Minister recognise that the Council still faces huge pressures to meet needs, including the social services and education?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his question. As I said in this chamber a number of times, Mr. Speaker, we can provide substantial increases to councils as we need to do, and it's very important that we do so in places like Manchester. But unless we get a more preventative approach to stop children, for example, being taken into care or having really big challenges, councils will still face spiking costs. So I look forward to working with my friend and colleagues all across Greater Manchester to make this work.
Question number 16, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is taking concerted action to boost rates of house building across England, including reforming the planning system and allocating record levels of grant funding support for social and affordable house building over the coming years to the benefit of Stoke-on-Trent and the rest of the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. Stoke-on-Trent has benefited from money from the Brownfield Regeneration Fund, but there are many brownfield sites standing across the city that could be used as part of our local plan development, but the owners simply are not engaging with the process. Given that we are not in a mayoral combined authority, the compulsory purchase powers are limited. So would the Minister consider devolving those powers to authorities like Stoke, and if not, would he consider interim development corporations until such time as we have a mayor in place?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's a doughty champion for his constituency, Mr Speaker, and continues to make a powerful case for the renewal of Hanley City Centre as the commercial heart of North Staffordshire. I've had a series of constructive meetings with my honourable friend and other local leaders about the Hanley Master Plan. I know he'll welcome the £8 million of investment into Burstone Town Centre, delivering 800 homes. I'm more than happy to continue the conversation with him about the possibility of a new locally led development corporation to take forward the regeneration of the city centre.
We're going to Topsfield, Dr. Peter Prinsley. Stay.
Mr Speaker, house building in this country ground to a near halt in 2023 because the previous government failed to reform our planning system despite knowing it's too slow, too cumbersome and deters development. Our Planning and Infrastructure Act received royal assent on the 18th of December last year. It delivers fundamental reform to the planning system, speeding up the delivery of new homes and critical infrastructure. Thanks to this government, young people who have been denied the chance of their own home will now get the key to their own front door at last.
Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am concerned about the villages in my most beautiful constituency of Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket. Now, people tell me they are increasingly concerned about the lack of affordable housing in rural communities. So could the Minister explain what steps he's taking to increase the supply of affordable housing for local people in rural villages through reforms to the planning system, including how these reforms support the rejuvenation and long-term sustainability of our villages?
Well, it's topical. Peter, you said example. Come on. Who's doing it? Secretary State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our planning changes will support rural affordable housing by giving rural authorities greater flexibility to require affordable housing on smaller sites. And of course, our £39 billion social and affordable homes programme opens to bids next month, and that is available to rural authorities as well.
Shadow Secretary of State Sir James Cleverly.
Mr Speaker, I am sure we will all agree that we cannot have sustainable communities if we don't have sustainable high streets. But would the right honourable gentleman agree that a four-fold increase in business rates over this Parliament does not make high street businesses sustainable?
Well, of course, high streets are vital to local communities. That's why it was so sad to see during the 14 years that they were in power and he served in cabinet, our high streets fall into severe decline up and down the country with closed down units, shutters in front of them, graffiti and litter in front of those buildings, deterring people from going there. This government is committed to restoring our high streets and protecting the businesses that operate there.
Mr Speaker, so many words and yet no answer. I asked him specifically about a four-fold increase. A four-fold increase, for example, like the White Lion on Streatham High Road in his constituency is facing. A 400% increase, even after transitional relief, from £3,000 a year to £12,000 a year. So will he urge the Chancellor to scrap business rates for businesses like the White Lion in Streatham High Street and other hospitality, leisure and businesses on the High Street?
I'm sure he knows that these specific measures put in place during the pandemic were always intended to come to an end. His government was going to do the same thing. The Chancellor is looking at the impact of re-evaluation. She is fully aware of the concerns raised by publicans in Streatham and elsewhere across the country, is reviewing the situation, and we expect an announcement in due order.
Durham, such as the Milburn Gate site and Stack in the city centre, have been stalled for years. This hasn't just left two white elephants in the city centre, it's had a significant impact on jobs, the economy and key venues left undeveloped. So what steps is the Minister taking to ensure that major developments in the city of Durham and across the country are not subject to long delays?
Well, I appreciate the concern my honourable friend raises. We have strengthened in the draft MPBF that's currently out to consultation policies that will ensure that major residential schemes are built out in reasonable time periods. I'm more than happy to have a conversation with her about how that may impact on developments in her constituency.
much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware that the so-called fair funding settlement will leave my own council of Richmond upon Thames some £29 million worse off over the next 3 years, leaving our most vulnerable residents, including children with complex needs and elderly people, facing cuts in critical services, even if the council raises council tax by 5%. Will he extend the transitional period?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard what the honourable member has said, and I'll take that as part of the consultation process that we're in. She mentions the needs of children. She will have heard me say to other colleagues, we've got to change the way that we work in that area, and I'll happily work with her to make sure that we can cut the costs and get better outcomes for our kids.
Yes. Every 2 hours, someone in the UK is paralysed as a result of a spinal cord injury. After treatment, there's a 20% chance of being sent to a care home due to a lack of suitable available housing. Can you imagine being a young person coping with one of the most traumatic moments of life and you are left literally lying by yourself? This is unacceptable. Will the Minister meet with me and the APPG to discuss this serious lack of suitable housing?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. We have made proposals in the draft MPPF that's out for consultation to set higher new requirements for authorities to deliver more accessible housing. This includes proposals, Mr. Speaker, to provide mandatory accessibility standards for 40% of new builds and ensure local plans provide for wheelchair accessible homes. I'm more than happy to have another conversation with my honourable friend about this issue.
Mr. Speaker, for February's government consultation on local government reorganisation, will the Minister be consulting on all four options put forward by Devon, and how will she weight the criteria to decide on a selected, amended or perhaps new proposal in June?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member, who I just can't quite see, I thank the honourable member for his input on this. We've set out the process that we'll be undertaking, and we'll be judging those proposals from Devon against the published criteria.
Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families in Worcester are trapped in damp and mouldy homes. Disabled tenants are stuck without facilities and access, and repairs are going unaddressed, all because platform housing refuse to get their act together. What can we do about failing social landlords like Platform?
I'm sorry to hear about the challenges that my honourable friend's constituents are facing at the hands of their landlord. Tenants who are unhappy with the landlord's handling of complaints can go to the Housing Ombudsman, and the regulator of social housing will also investigate evidence of systematic failure. He's welcome to keep me updated as to whether his constituents see any improvement in the services being provided over the coming months.
Dr. Luke Evans.
The government is insistent on forcing through local government reorganisation when there's no agreement in Leicestershire. There are 3 different plans ahead. One thing that Leicestershire does agree on is not to have expansion of Leicester City. So on that basis, would he put that to the test and have a referendum so that the people of Leicestershire can show the government just how much they do not want the city expansion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his input there on the reorganisation process. As I mentioned some moments ago, we've set out the process we'll be undertaking, we'll be consulting fully and judging each of the proposals against the criteria that we've already set out.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recovery grant guarantee is an absolutely vital mechanism which protects the most deprived authorities. Will the department commit to increasing the guarantee to match the national average core spending power increase to ensure that the areas who need funding the most are fairly protected?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my friend for her comments on the fair funding review and on the recovery grant, which was needed due to the significant damage that was done to council finances by 14 years of Tory misrule. I've, Mr. Speaker, already met scores of colleagues to talk about council funding, and I'll be meeting scores more over the next couple of days. So I look forward to talking directly with her about the proposal that she mentioned.
Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Birmingham residents have had just their first anniversary in relation to bin strikes. We've spent more than £15 million on agency staff. So I asked the Minister, will they personally intervene to help broker a deal between the trade unions and Birmingham City Council?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for raising the needs of Birmingham residents, because in the end, they should come first. Everybody deserves a good bin service, and we want all parties to come to the table and to deal with this as swiftly as humanly possible.
Jonathan Blash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In purporting to discharge their homelessness duty, some southern local authorities are bundling vulnerable people into taxis in the middle of the night and dumping them in Hartlepool because our housing is cheaper. It is a vile, vile way in which they are acting. I welcome the Minister's writing to me and setting out her belief that we need to ban this poor practice. Will she agree we need to ban this practice outright?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I just give my personal thanks to my friend for his intervention on this issue. We noted it in the homelessness strategy as being extraordinarily challenging and important. I want to take action on it, but I want to thank him for the work that he's already done on behalf of Hartlepool residents, and we'll continue to work together to sort this problem out.
Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rutland's Council could have submitted its own proposals for local government reform, but they left our fate in the hands of others. They've submitted to join North Leicestershire, but this is in opposition to the wishes of residents, which they know, but they purposely did not ask residents what we wanted. Stamford residents want to join Rutland, Rutlanders want to join with Stamford, so will the Minister meet me to make sure all residents are consulted on the Rutland and Stamford model, which the Council has taken off the table?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps I might congratulate her for laying out to the House what sounds like a complicated situation for her constituents. We'll take that under advisement as part of the process. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm always happy to make myself available to meet members of this House.
Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With many local authorities spending less than 1% of their household support fund on furniture, many domestic abuse survivors are being placed in social housing without access to essential furniture or white goods. What assurances can the Minister give to residents in Harewood and Middleton North this winter who, although grateful for the fresh start that social housing can offer, are living in properties often with children that feel bare, cold and not like home?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for raising this really, really important issue, and it's one of the reasons why I and the Safeguarding Minister worked very closely together on both the homelessness strategy and the violence against women and girls strategy to make sure that that area of policy joined up. 16% of homelessness is actually caused by domestic abuse, and that's why we won't stop until those families leaving refuge have got a decent place to be, including the furniture they need to make a house a home.
Josh Babrinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The severe weather emergency protocol has ended in East Sussex, and today 5 individuals who were provided with accommodation under that have come into my constituency office not knowing where to turn now. We've got amazing charities locally doing some great work, but can the Minister offer some advice to those folks who've come into the office who need desperate support to get out of the situation they're in?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank so much the honourable member for raising this case on the floor of the House in the way that he has done. It just shows all of the different reasons why people can find themselves without a roof over their head. The local authority should be in the lead in supporting them, but if he wants to contact me with further details, I'll make sure that the local authority has the support that they need to.
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to have secured a £20 million investment in the Pride of Corby project. That's £2 million a year, every year for the next 10 years. And what's crucial now is that it's the local communities that determine how and where this investment is spent. Does my right honourable friend agree that this money must be spent on exactly what the community actually wants, with residents properly consulted and local people as the decision makers?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is completely right. We are very clear that communities must be in the driving seat. This is why we've asked for neighbourhood boards to be set up, which is why we've asked for neighbourhood boards to determine the priorities that the investment goes into. The one requirement we have of local areas is that there is a bigger conversation in the community so that everyone is involved in shaping what is invested in and reviving their place.
Wendy Bolton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Minister said that residents of Birmingham do matter when it comes to the bin strikes, I absolutely agree with her. But so do the neighbouring constituencies where we often get the blight of additional fly tipping, and constituents work at the council too. Will she personally undertake, though, to get people not just round the table, but to get this sorted out once and for all?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Lady for raising this on behalf of her constituents. Clearly, the impact of fly tipping is a worry to us all, and she raises the seriousness of the issue, which I and the Secretary of State also recognise.
Dr. Simon Offer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Stroud, we have 4,000 council houses. We need at least double that. So would the Minister look again at the constraints that councils are under and see whether they can enable them to build more council houses?
Mr Speaker, we are committed to reinvigorating council house building, which is essential to boost and sustain higher rates of housing supply in the years ahead. We've already taken decisive action to support councils to build at scale once again, including reforming the right to buy and launching the Council House Building Skills and Capacity Programme. But of course, we'll keep the matter under review to see what further support we can provide.
Other chance.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. When will the government take steps to address embodied carbon in buildings?
Well, the Honourable Lady can look forward to future building standards being brought into force later this year.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have received an increased number of casework across the winter months from residents of Harlow who are suffering from damp and mould in their houses. Harlow residents deserve quicker repairs and higher standards from landlords. Of course, Abe's law is to be welcome, but can the Minister confirm what enforcement measures will be used to ensure that landlords adhere to these legislations?
Landlords will face the full force of the law if they fail to comply with regulations that have now come into force thanks to OAB's law. We expect tenants and social housing to get a lot better than they've seen over the recent decades.
Graham Stewart.
The local government settlement strips £27 million from the East Riding of Yorkshire Council. I've learnt today an additional £21 million cost over the next 3 years from the minimum wage and the jobs tax. Does the Secretary of State really think it's acceptable that local residents should have sky-high council tax rises and falling quality of services?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. He and I were both in this House for the entire period of austerity, which was landed at the door of town halls almost more than anybody else. So if he wants to look for somebody to blame for the parlour state of council finances, I would recommend to him a mirror.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Several prominent buildings in Stafford have been left vacant for long periods, with landlords allowing sites to fall into disrepair, and they have no intention of bringing them up to standard. Labour-led Stafford Borough Council is trying to act proactively to tackle these eyesores, but what advice and support can the government offer to good councils that are seeking to address property hoarding and unlock sites for regeneration?
Mr Speaker, thank you to my honourable friend for raising this important issue. We are very clear that we want to boost the power of communities to revive their places. This is why we are rolling out high street rental auctions, stronger and more streamlined CPO powers, the community right to buy and pride in place, and we will work with any council that wants to take back control of their place and revive their communities.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Mr Speaker, the main cemetery in Dewsbury is approaching full capacity following increased burial since the COVID pandemic. The local authority has been aware of this issue for several years. However, there remains significant uncertainty and concerns become increasingly urgent. The issue is particularly cultural and religious significance, with only 2 burial plots remaining for Muslim burials. What steps will the Secretary of State take to support local authorities in addressing burial capacity shortages in Kirklees?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are conscious of some of the pressure in parts of the countries around cemeteries and burial, and we understand the urgency. I would ask the honourable member to write to me with the specifics of the issue in his patch, and we will respond in due course.
Rachel Maskell.
Speaker, the local housing allowance covers just over half of private rents for social tenants in York, as private rents are so extortionate. So will the government look at the broad rental market area, which doesn't work for that area, and review it, because it hasn't been reviewed properly since 2008?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable lady for her question, and I'm working closely with my DWP colleagues. We know that there are many problems in the private rented sector and affordability. Ministers have mentioned some of the action we're taking today, but we'll be working with DWP to do more.
Ella Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Shropshire Council had its funding cut in the local government finance segment, despite needing exceptional financial support this year and a surging demand for social care in years to come, which cannot be managed down by the council. Will the Minister meet with me so that we can discuss how to put Shropshire on a stable financial footing into the future?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable lady for her question. I've already met with her, and I'll be very happy to meet with her again.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of new homes are being built at Frigate's Goodyard, originally a 19th century rail depot. This development is near the city centre, but other housing that was built further out under the Conservatives went up with inadequate transport and little thought towards public transport. What is being done to ensure that new homes have the transport infrastructure that they need?
I'm more than happy to sit down with my honourable friend and discuss the matter in more detail.
Ms Brownfield.
Mr. Speaker, constituents on a new build estate in Chichester were ordered without warning to pay an extra £180 a month on top of the £212 that they were already paying. When the government brings forward their planned legislation, will it stamp out these enormous price hikes and will it hold road management companies to account?
Well, as I've said, Mr. Speaker, we are intending to switch on the relevant provisions in the 2024 Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act that provide consumers with protections. I'd encourage her to submit her views to the consultation, and I'm more than happy to pick it up with her outside the chamber.
Elise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister consider that all local authorities within the most deprived areas will see an above-average increase in core spending power in each year of the local government multi-year settlement, including in Liverpool City region?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her question. I'm very proud to say that this settlement reconnects council funding with deprivation, and I've explained to the House before the detail of that. We'll make sure that all councils are heard during this consultation period, and I look forward to working with her as one of my good friends and colleagues from our city region, which is, of course, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the best one in the country.
After Lancashire, definitely. Minister, let's have Luke. Max Wilkinson, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is aware of the parlour state of the finances of Gloucester City Council. Can she give me reassurance that even if we agree or disagree with the local government reorganisation process, that there won't be delays to it as a result of Gloucester's difficulties with its money?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've heard what the honourable gentleman has said, and we'll take it under advisement as part of the reorganisation process. We want to get on with it so that councils can stabilise their organisation and their finances and get on with delivering for the public.
Order. I would like to inform the House that Lord Forsyth of Drumlane has been elected as the next Lord Speaker. On behalf of the House of Commons, I would like to congratulate Lord Forsyth on his election. I look forward to working with him. But I would also like to thank Lord McFall for the work that he's carried out as the Lord Speaker. Right, we'll let the front benches change over. Right, we come to the urgent question. Adam Dance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Secretary of State for Defence if he will make a statement on the delays to the awarding of the new medium helicopter contract and the potential closure of Leonardo helicopter site in Yeovil.
Lucy. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Yeovil for his question, and to you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to provide an update on the current status of the MOD's new medium helicopter procurement. Earlier this afternoon, I spoke with the CEO of Leonardo UK and the Managing Director of Leonardo Helicopters to continue our conversations around NMH exports, NMH exports and autonomous helicopters, and stressed that Leonardo remains an important strategic partner for the MOD. In fact, I had to leave that meeting early to get to this UQ. It is something that remains on my priority list. The NMH programme was first announced in March 2021 by the previous government, with competition opening nearly 3 years later in February 2024. The government will make a final decision on the award of the contract for NMH through the wider Defence Investment Plan. And as the Defence Secretary has said in this House, we are working flat out to deliver the DIP, which will deliver the best kit and technology into the hands of our frontline forces and, importantly, invest in and grow the UK economy. It will be published as soon as possible and is backed by the government's largest sustained increase in defence investment since the end of the Cold War, spending £270 billion on defence in this Parliament alone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again for granting me this urgent question. I also want to thank the Minister for his response. Leonardo in Yeovil, the home of British helicopters since 1915, has been the only bidder for the UK's £1 billion new medium helicopter contract for over a year now. it is clear that the current bid will not be sustainable past March of this year. If this contract is not awarded by then, we will lose over 3,000 manufacturing jobs in Yeovil, support for over 12,000 jobs in the regional supply chain, and the £320 million that Leonardo contributes to local GDP. We also lose our country's ability to produce our own helicopters end to end here in the UK, at a stage of serious global tensions and insecurity. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister please reassure us that they plan to go ahead with this contract and that the delays do not mean the funding for the contract is not available? Can the Minister commit today to protect the future of the site in Yeovil? Will he announce that the new medium helicopter programme is vital to our national defence? And finally, will the Defence Investment Plan, now seemingly in limbo, can the new medium helicopter programme be separated from the plan and awarded today? Yes or no?
Well, can I thank the honourable member for his questions? He will have heard my first answer, which answers some of his questions. That says the NMH decision will be made as part of the Defence Investment Plan. That will be announced shortly, so I won't be able to give him an answer today. I continue those conversations with Leonardo, as indeed I have been today. It is important that we continue having those conversations that are constructive, because I understand the importance of Yeovil, not only to his constituency, but to our wider defence ecosystem, and as a South West MP to the wider region as well. Leonardo are not only experts at building helicopters, but also servicing them, and I'm really excited about some of their work that they're undertaking in autonomous helicopters, as well as their wider business interests across the UK, especially in electronics and other areas. I'm very happy to continue conversations with him about this, as I will do with the company and with the trade unions representing the workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At stake is Leonardo's investment in Yeovil is not only the high-skilled jobs and sovereign capability, but we also must recognise that these opportunities and social mobility that the industries like this create for young people from across the country and every background. But I note that the NMH programme existed in the previous government's unfunded £29 billion equipment plan. And it was their failure to prioritise these programmes and deliver the defence funding that such hard decisions need. It's in the NAO report, Mr. Speaker, to deliver these decisions that means that we need the Defence Investment Plan to take the decisions that is necessary to secure our country and European security.
Well, can I thank one more friend for his question? He's right about two things from his question. Firstly, that defence is an engine for growth, and that is why we're investing more of the increasing defence budget in British companies. And secondly, he's right that the party opposite left huge swathes of their equipment programme unfunded, a problem that we're sorting out because of the mess that he left.
Secretary of State James Gartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable member for Yeovil for tabling this urgent question. It was a real pleasure to visit the Leonardo factory last September and witness how critical it is to employment in his constituency. Visiting the factory, Mr. Speaker, you get a powerful sense of Britain's rotary history, but we want it to have a brilliant future too. That's why it is so worrying that the CEO of Leonardo recently warned that at least 3,300 jobs could be at risk if the NMH procurement does not go ahead. Indeed, it was with those jobs in mind that when I announced the formal tender of the new medium helicopter as Defence Procurement Minister February 2024, I took the decision to give a much stronger weighting to two key areas of the tender. First, the commitment of bidders to delivering high-skilled rotary work in the UK, and secondly, exportability so that the supply chain could endure. But all that will count for nothing if the procurement is cancelled. So can the Minister confirm if there is still a military requirement for NMH? If so, is he still committed to procuring NMH? After when I asked the question last April, Mr. Speaker, we were told we'd get the answer in the Strategic Defence Review. But the SDR document never mentioned NMH at all. Instead, when the Secretary of State announced the SDR to Parliament last June, he said the detailed decisions would be covered in the Defence Investment Plan, which he said then would be published in the autumn of 2025. Given it's now 2026 and that promise has clearly been broken, can he tell us in which month he will finally publish the DIP? Can he confirm reports from multiple sources that the reason the DIP is delayed is because there is now a £28 billion black hole in the MOD budget? Finally, the Budget Red Book shows exactly what Labour will spend on removing the two-child benefit cap right up to 2031, but it doesn't say what the defence budget will be that year. Can he tell us? Isn't the reality, Mr Speaker, that by prioritising welfare over going to 3% on defence this Parliament, Labour are paralysing decision-making in the MOD and putting thousands of jobs at risk in our defence industry at Yeovil and across the UK?
Yeah.
Minister.
Deary me. Mr Speaker, it is this Labour government that is increasing defence spending to the largest level since the end of the Cold War. It is the Conservatives that hollowed out and underfunded our armed forces. In their first year in government, they cut defence spending by £2 billion. In their first 5 years of government, they cut defence spending by £12 billion. In their 14 years, they never hit 2.5% of GDP on defence, not once. And I remind the House that when he was the shadow defence procurement minister until the election, he left a defence programme that was overcommitted and underfunded. He left 47 of 49 major defence programmes over budget and delayed. He left forces families in terrible housing and our war fighters with broken kit. We are clearing up his mess while he focuses on gaslighting the public about the Tories' record on defence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I stand here today to support calls by my union, Unite, for a speedy decision on crewed helicopters. And I hope that there will be good news on that front soon in the Defence Investment Plan, which we all look forward to so very much. Might the Minister have any news soon on the manufacture of autonomous helicopters here in the UK and the good jobs that will come with them?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. As a fellow Unite member, I recognise the importance of good, well-paid, unionised jobs in our defence industry. The opportunities around autonomy were set out very clearly in the Strategic Defence Review. We believe a mix of crewed, uncrewed and autonomous systems, not just for some units in our armed forces, but for all units, is the right future where we can increase our lethality and move to warfighting readiness faster. And when we do this correctly, as we will set out in the Defence Investment Plan, there'll be more jobs created in British companies, including potentially in Leonardo as well, when they look at the autonomous helicopters as well as potentially uncrewed platforms working together to increase our lethality and our abilities as the armed forces.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and of course thanks to my honourable friend, member for Yeovil, for bringing this important, urgent question today on behalf of his constituents. The UK has retired Puma early, leaving a medium-lift helicopter capability gap. At the very moment our allies are accelerating procurement because the threat picture has worsened, the government is still dithering over the replacement for this critical sovereign capability. Ministers keep hiding behind the forever delayed Defence Investment Plan, the DIP. However, if the government do not get on with this, then they'll be dealing with two more dips. A big dip in employment and investment in Yeovil and across the UK when Leonardo leave due to government inaction, and a dip in the capability of our armed forces, who will be left without a modern, medium helicopter they can call upon. Once an end-to-end helicopter manufacturing workforce drain away, Mr Speaker, you cannot magic a new one up when a new crisis hits. So does the Minister recognise that if Yeovil is not sustained, then we will lose these skills for a generation? And given that Leonardo are the only remaining bidders, will the government stop dithering and get on with it now? Will the Minister commit to a new contract today?
Well, I thank him for his questions. I'm afraid that I'm going to have to give the same answers because they are the same questions as was asked behind him. All decisions of the new medium helicopter contract will be made as part of the Defence Investment Plan. We continue these conversations with Leonardo around this. I recognise the importance of the skilled workforce and it is something that I'm going to continue speaking to the company but also the trade unions around. I'm meeting Unite later this week to have further conversations. I want to see more of that increasing defence budget being spent with UK companies. That's something that we set out clearly in the Defence Investment Strategy, Defence Industrial Strategy, and the Prime Minister, the Defence Secretary, has also said that we will continue to do. I recognise the passion that he says in relation to renewing our armed forces. It's something that I share. We will be making those decisions as part of the DIP. It will come shortly.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for Bournemouth East, I'm passionate about renewing our British military aircraft. After all, my constituency hosted the Bournemouth Air Festival until it was scrapped by the Liberal Democrat-led council with no plan to return it, something I'm trying to reverse. I welcome the award of 1,000 major contracts since July, the bumping up of defence spending this year by £5 billion and over the lifetime of the Parliament by £270 billion. The Defence Minister, like me, is a South West MP. Can he please set out for the South West and for my constituents how the government is investing in defence across BCP, but that broader South West too?
Well, can I thank him for his question? Constituencies right across the southwest of England, indeed the wider country, stand to benefit from that increasing defence spending that the Chancellor has set out. £5 billion extra in our defence budget this year, in our current budget, rising to 2.5% and then onwards. We know that we're living in a new era of threats, and because of that, we're renewing our armed forces. So many of the contracts that we're placing now are for the newer end of the technologies, for the autonomous systems, for the latest capabilities. That retires some of the old capabilities that we inherited from the previous government because they would not give our warfighters the fighting advantage that they need, especially learning the lessons from Ukraine. Later this month, we'll stand up the Office of Small Business Growth to help support more small businesses support procurement into defence. And I know that will be advantages considering the amount of small businesses that there are around Bournemouth that have huge defence potential to contribute more to our national security.
Simon Hall.
This is an important company for Somerset, for Dorset and the wider Southwest. He will know that corporate decisions are competitive, and his department plays a very key part in shaping what those decisions will be. The Defence Investment Plan is now long overdue. I appreciate he probably cannot give us a specific date, but it would be helpful if he could tell the House whether it will be within this financial year or next when we will actually see the plan.
Well, can I thank him for his question and the tone in which he asked that question as well. He's right that corporate decisions are important about where investment goes. It's one of the reasons why we've continued dialogue with Leonardo, not just in the UK, but also their parent company in Italy as well, to make sure that they're kept abreast of the challenges that we have in terms of the DIP and also in terms of the military need and strategy in terms of procurement. I'm afraid I won't be able to give him a date for the Defence Investment Plan. We are working flat out to get it, and it will be published when ready shortly.
Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Issues such as these are why the new defence industrial strategy is so welcome, which places a prioritisation on British firms, which is, of course, welcome news to local Rolls-Royce, who have been awarded billions of pounds of contracts under this government. Can he say what more that investment will do to support neighbouring areas like mine in Burton and Uttoxeter?
Well, can I thank him for his question? He's right that the Defence Industrial Strategy is a really key piece of the puzzle in building up our new armed forces. It was published last year, so the Shadow Minister was saying, where is it? It's on the internet because it was published a number of months ago, so if he hasn't read it, he should have a read. But the question he asked around Rolls-Royce is an important one. We've given Rolls-Royce a £9 billion contract for new nuclear reactors to support the SSN AUKUS work. That Unity contract is an important part that enables Rolls-Royce to invest in their infrastructure and perhaps most importantly in their skills base. I met with Rolls-Royce recently and I know they have plans to go even further in terms of their product offer and their employment opportunities, and I will continue to keep the House informed about those developments.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State promised long-term partnerships with our domestic defence industry, but when the government dither and delay on giving primes confidence on their big contracts, this directly impacts the subprimes, the ecosystem of brilliant British subprimes across our country. Subprimes like Standard Aero in Fleetlands in Gosport, who have the opportunity to provide the assemble, inspect, test on the GE motor in Leonardo's AW149. Now, Fleetlands has been a key player in our country's defence rotary wing history for 100 years. And so does he see that the delay in this decision is holding back not only our world-class industry, but delivering uncertainty to key companies across our country and all the people that they employ?
Well, can I thank the lady for her question. She's absolutely right that there's important defence companies in her constituency and indeed across the country. We've continued to place contracts with the defence industry, over 1,000 placed since the general election, over 80% of those with UK firms. An important continuation of our attempts to our efforts to renew our armed forces. I entirely understand the argument that she's making that we want to see more investment and certainty when the Defence Investment Plan is published shortly, I hope. that will provide a clarity on what is the kit that we are buying, in what order and in what sequence, and that will help support the growth of British businesses, both large and small.
Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for securing this urgent question for his constituents, but also for mine in Glastonbury and Somerton. Mr. Speaker, Alan from Kenton Mandeville and a Leonardo employee wrote to me recently to stress how securing the new medium helicopter contract would protect jobs, support growth and maintain the UK's sovereign capability in military aviation at a time of growing global instability. In addition, as the Minister will know, Leonardo supports Yeovil College in developing apprenticeships to the tune of over £1 million a year. Many of those apprentices live in my constituency of Glastonbury and Somerton. So does the Minister recognise the impact of his department's delay in not just compromising regional development, but also national protection?
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question? I met with the Chief Executive of Yeovil College very briefly at the Great South West Conference last year, and I understand the involvement that they have and the partnership they have with the private sector, including Leonardo, but not just Leonardo, in that locality. I want to make sure that we can provide the certainty for businesses. That's also why I want to make sure that the Defence Investment Plan is gotten right. For far too long, industry has had promises of funding when the equipment programme has been unfunded, where there hasn't been the money to support the jobs or the certainty that's given. We inherited a programme that huge amounts were unfunded. So our objective is to make sure that all our defence programmes are sustainable, to make sure that we're clearing up the mess that's in there, but we've got full certainty for industry that when it's in this programme, it will be funded, rather than before, where they could see the press releases and the sound bites, but they couldn't see the cash. That was something that we're addressing with this new Defence Investment Plan.
The Minister knows I have a high regard for his commitment and integrity, and he knows that I've pressed successive governments for more defence investment. So leaving aside the party politics, can he just confirm whether or not the government accepts what the Honourable Member for Yeovil has estimated, which is that if this contract is not concluded successfully by March, then the future of Yeovil as a helicopter centre of excellence will be too late to secure?
Well, can I thank him for his question and also the tone in which he asked it. I'll have a lot of time for him and his arguments. Indeed, shifting the goalposts, I think, is one of the very best Defence Select Committee reports that he issued, which talks about rise and fall of defence spending. I certainly recognise the element from the gentleman from Yeovil's question when he mentioned about the timings. The contract and the procurement for the new medium helicopter had a period where the prices were guaranteed, and that is something that we are keeping in mind in terms of the decisions that we must make, because we want to make a decision and not time out.
Speaker, and I congratulate my honourable friend and neighbour on securing this important question. Yeovil, Leonardo may be based in Yeovil, but many of its 3,000 employees live in my constituency of West Dorset. It's one of the reasons why one of my first meetings was with Leonardo about the new medium helicopter when I was elected. The Minister has said today that the decision will be made as soon as possible, but on the 10th of February in this chamber, in response to a question, one of his predecessors told me that a decision would be made swiftly. Given that every single defence manufacturer and SME and even military personnel that I meet with says that we need to speed up defence procurement decisions, even the SDR itself urges the speeding up of defence procurement decisions, how much confidence can British industry have that the government is listening to that need when these decisions on something as simple as a single contractor bid is taking so long to decide?
Can I thank him and for his advocacy for his constituents that work at Leonardo? I entirely understand what he's saying. We're already taking steps to reform defence procurement to speed up decisions, but I will be very clear that a big decision around the future of NMH and the funding for it needs to be taken as part of the whole programme, and that is why the Defence Investment Programme is so important, and it's so important that we get this right so everyone can have certainty and confidence in every single line item in the DIP, which is something that they haven't been able to have of the equipment programme that we inherited.
This delay, both in the DIP and also in the procurement of these helicopters, has been unexplained and is causing a great deal of concern in my constituency, which is heavily dependent in the south on
Yeovil and Yeovilton. Will he therefore do everything in his power to make sure he gets a move on? A government that wants growth cannot afford this kind of delay. And will he confirm or refute the rumour that's going around that one of the reasons for the delay is that he is de-scoping the number of airframes, the AW149 airframes, that he originally envisaged under this contract, and it'll be significantly less now than the 24 that was originally being bruited about.
Well, can I thank him for his question? As he was a minister in the last government in defence, he'll understand the challenge of having an unfunded equipment programme that we're seeking to address in the Defence Investment Plan, in particular in relation to the workers that he will represent that work both in Yeovil and in Yeovilton, and indeed perhaps also in Culdrose in terms of the wider servicing of helicopters that Leonardo do, not just the build of them. We will be making a decision on NMH in the Defence Investment Plan. We will also be very clear in terms of this. He will also be aware the procurement of this was bounded by the process. We will make a decision. We will not be timed out and we will not be altering the contract. We'll make a decision on that where we can be clear on the decision that we can make.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Yeovil obviously has the biggest constituency impact with the main factory there, but there are supply chain impacts throughout the UK. And most people will be asking how on earth the procurement process has taken so long. But focusing on the military impact, how much have the repeated delays cost the taxpayer through failure demand from extended use of existing helicopters long past their sell-by date, with ever-increasing maintenance costs? And has any assessment been made of future failure demand costs? And, Mr. Speaker, what impact has the increased downtime of ageing helicopters had on operational risks?
Well, can I thank him for his questions? He's certainly right that we inherited a number of very old helicopters. It's one of the reasons that we made the decision to retire Puma, a helicopter that has in many cases been flying for many, many, many decades prior to that. We will continue to look at the military need and match those with the capabilities from a rising defence budget, but the NMH decision will be made in the dip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister said he welcomed the questions from my right honourable colleagues for North Dorset and New Forest East. But he didn't answer either as to whether the Defence Investment Plan will be published this financial year or the critical nature of a decision before going into the next financial year. And he's explained missing multiple deadlines by simply refusing to give any further deadlines. Does he not accept that it is a choice of this government, not blaming the previous government? If it can find additional funding for welfare, then it could find additional funding to meet this contract.
Yeah, good question.
Well, the right honourable gentleman knows that we have found additional funding for defence. There's £5 billion extra in our defence budget this year. We have an increasing defence budget for every single year of the next decade ahead. And with, just to challenge his question, I did answer the question. I just wasn't able to give him the answer that he wanted around this. The NMH decision will be made as part of the Defence Investment Plan that will be published shortly.
Good day, Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my honourable friend and neighbour for bringing this vitally important question to the House today. The Minister, as a fellow South West MP, will know the massive impact this has, not just on Somerset, but across the whole South West. Given the answers to earlier questions and the fact that the Minister seems unable to confirm that this will be decided before the next financial year, does he realise, does the government recognise, this puts in doubt not just the NMH, but the very ability to produce uncrewed helicopters in future? In other words, if we don't get the NMH, we won't have the uncrewed helicopters in this country anymore because Leonardo will have gone. Is that a risk worth taking?
Yeah. Can I thank him for his question? He's certainly right that having an industrial base that can build autonomous helicopters and autonomous lift is really important. There are a number of players that are already developing in that space. I want to be able to provide certainty to the workers at Leonardo on the future of the NMH, and that decision will be made in the dip.
For the rest of Judge.
Rotary is obviously a vital element of military logistics, and I know from my own experience in Afghanistan how much operations can be hampered by the inability to field a full suite of Rotary assets in order to move troops around. With that in mind, and following the retirement of Puma for obvious reasons, could the Minister outline what the Rotary requirements are for the armed forces at present, and could you confirm whether the new medium helicopter is still a military requirement?
Very good.
Can I thank him for his question? He comes from a background of knowledge in this respect. As part of the Defence Investment Plan, the military have set out their needs and they're being matched against the funding of the platforms we currently have and the platforms we want to purchase. As part of that, he'll be aware of the SDR objective to move to greater autonomy in our platforms, and indeed there's a number of projects, including ones by Leonardo, that are working to build up that. The new picture of crewed and autonomous platforms will be published as part of the Defence Investment Plan.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister give any confirmation as to whether or not the rumours are true that one of the reasons for the delay in the medium-lift helicopter is there's been a rearguard action in the Army to buy US Black Hawks instead? And if he won't give a timeline for the Defence Investment Plan, will he at least confirm that it will include a medium-lift helicopter? Yes or no?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? We've been very clear in the Defence Industrial Strategy and the Street Defence Review that we want more of a rising defence budget to go to British companies. That's something that is changing the way that defence procures and is the right change that we need to see as we bring more strategic autonomy back to the UK and as we friendly shore and onshore more capabilities in these more difficult times. I'm afraid I won't be able to give him the full details because they'll be set out in the Defence Investment Plan that he will have heard from my previous answers throughout this question.
So Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Disregarding the Minister's comment that we have to wait for the investment plan, most people in here know that's because the Treasury aren't letting him do it. And what I'm concerned about, further to the point from my honourable friend for North Dorset and my honourable friend for Gosport, is supply chain security. We've seen, for example, China put America over a barrel by dropping off renewables and making them reverse. So having supply chains within the United Kingdom is vital. So may I ask the Minister to really emphasise that point to the Treasury, that it is a key strategic defence requirement that we are able to supply our military needs from within these borders, and maybe that will get the Treasury to sign off on what he clearly wants to tell us but can't.
Yeah. He's absolutely right to talk about the supply chain and to talk about small businesses and the wider supply chain. Is indeed there's a large component part of the Defence Industrial Strategy that talks about that as well. And I'm sure he's read that strategy, so he will be familiar with it. We want to see our suppliers in the UK expand. We want to see more of them sell into the UK military. Indeed, there's lots of our small companies that sell into foreign militaries, don't yet buy into the UK military. It's one of the reasons that we'll be launching the Office of Small Business Growth later this month. That will enable an easier route for UK SMEs to be able to sell their products and services into the UK military, something that they've said time and time again has been hard in the past. We're making it easier for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too am concerned about the potential loss of jobs at Yeovil in the wider southwest if we don't see a positive decision on the production of the new medium helicopter at Yeovil. Late last year, we learned that the government had failed to negotiate access on Security Action for Europe, a €150 billion defence fund. Leonardo is an Anglo-Italian company, and that Leonardo was also supportive of UK access to SAFE. Can the Minister reassure us that this lack of a decision on the new medium helicopter is completely divorced from access to SAFE?
Yes, I can. We were very clear that we wanted to explore the options of the UK participating in SAFE, but we also were clear that we would not join at any price. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make the value for the UK taxpayer and the value for UK industry match with those discussions with SAFE. We continue to cooperate very closely, not just with the European Union, but with our European allies. And you can see that through the new agreements that we've signed, the Trinity House Agreement with Germany, for instance, more collaboration and cooperation with Poland. There's more to come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my honourable friend for securing this important question today. There is a resounding threat on our doorstep from Russia. International order rests on a knife edge. So at this time, efficiency of the UK's defence procurement process must be a priority. Businesses simply can't afford to wait while the government dithers and delays on contracts, and now thousands of jobs are at risk. This is the exact opposite of what this government said that it wants to deliver. So can the Secretary of State provide confidence for UK business that the Defence Investment Plan will be announced this year?
I thank her for her question and also the promotion as well that she has given me in her question there. Since the general election, we've signed over 1,000 defence contracts, over 80% of those going to UK companies, and we'll continue to procure using more of that increasing defence spending with UK firms wherever we possibly can. That is an important part of meeting the new threats that we're facing as a nation and as a NATO alliance. As part of that, we need to renew our armed forces, retiring old capabilities and bringing on new capabilities. That's what the Defence Investment Plan will set out, and it will implement those approaches that were laid out so clearly in the Strategic Defence Review.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The 26th of March last year, 3 RAF Pumas actually performed a final fly past of Aldergrove in my constituency. So can I just seek from the Minister what urgency there actually is to fill that capacity gap of medium lift helicopters and to secure a full utilisation of what used to be Joint Helicopter Command Aldergrove in my constituency?
Can I thank him? We've had a number of conversations around Aldergrove, and I suspect that we will continue to do so. It is important that, as part of the Defence Investment Plan, that we continue to maintain lift capabilities across our armed forces. That will be a mix of crewed and uncrewed, and leading to autonomous systems that will be laid out in the Defence Investment Plan when it's published shortly.
Jim Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister? The Minister is a very honourable man. We all know that. We like him for the answers he gives us. But today we need confirmation, Minister, of those dates. And everybody has asked a similar question. I want to ask a question, if I can. The Minister will be aware that delays in UK Ministry of Defence MOD contracts primarily affect by creating cash flow challenges, forcing delays into their own operations. And I know this from experience, as in Northern Ireland, 95% of the defence companies are small and medium-sized enterprises, which are less equipped to absorb the financial strain of prolonged procurement cycles. So will the Minister please not agree to an overhaul of the contractual system which acknowledges the dependence of contracts and which makes the right decision in a more efficient way? And will the Minister begin this overhaul with a decision that is clearly and very much demanded today? Thanks so much.
Well, can I thank him and his advocacy for defence industries in the Northern Ireland. He will know that this government placed a £1.6 billion order for new missiles from Northern Ireland, a really key component of keeping our friends in Ukraine safe. We'll continue to procure from Northern Ireland businesses, and indeed we're looking forward to the development of the defence growth deal for Northern Ireland, which I hope will be able to make a substantial step forward very shortly.
Right, that completes the urgent question. Just let the front benches change over. The next urgent question is ongoing interruption of water supplies in East Grinstead and surrounding villages. What I'm saying is it's the broader area of those affected. Please, this doesn't affect people in Northern Ireland, so can we just keep this to the members who are affected? If it doesn't affect you, I don't want to speak, because you've got 6 hours in the finance bill later, so I'm sure you could save yourselves. Right, let us go forward with the urgent question. Mims Davis.
To ask the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs if she will make a statement on the ongoing interruption to water supplies in East Grinstead and the surrounding villages, and what support will be made available for those affected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to update the House on the ongoing water supply disruption across southern England. But before I do that, I would like to pay tribute to my dad, David Mattinson, who passed away last Monday at Dove House Hospice, and to thank everybody at the hospice for the wonderful care they gave him. As a primary head teacher, he inspired so many people and was truly loved. He will be deeply missed by my sisters, my mum and myself, and all who knew him. And I would also like to thank the Nature Minister for covering me during my leave, and my friends and colleagues across DEFRA who met with the Chief Executive of South East Water and numerous MPs last week and several times over the weekend. I really appreciate the teamwork and solidarity, so thank you. This is an unacceptable supply failure, particularly for residents in Tunbridge
wells who face significant disruption for the second time in as many months. We are holding South East Water to account as the company responsible for the areas most affected. We have been clear in our daily meetings with the company that restoring supply must be the company's absolute priority, that every possible measure must be taken to protect vulnerable customers, and that those affected must receive proper compensation for the disruption they have experienced. Far too many people are unable to wash safely or have adequate sanitation in their homes. Far too many businesses are being affected. The supply issues in Kent and Sussex have been caused by several short-term factors, including a period of prolonged cold weather, which led to a large number of burst pipes and water mains across the network, and operational issues at water treatment sites caused by Storm Goretti. However, the disruption in South East comes against a backdrop of previous outages and continued poor performance by South East Water in maintaining a reliable service for its customers. It is yet further evidence that the water system is broken. For too long, water companies have failed to maintain their infrastructure and build the resilience needed to withstand events like this. Customers are paying the price for years of underinvestment, and this government will fix this through our whole-scale water reforms. This includes stronger rules on maintenance and resilience, backed by £104 billion of private investment for infrastructure upgrades and the creation of a new single powerful regulator. Thank you.
Ms Davis.
Minister, my condolences. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am grateful. Again, no water across parts of Sussex and Kent. That is expected to continue at the very least until tomorrow for my area. Again, a shambolic response affecting over 16,000 households in East Grinstead, Ashurst Wood and some of my Wealden villages. Again, constituents left with poor, misleading or no communication from South East Water, leaving too many vulnerable people, even on the priority services register, waiting. Again, livestock owners struggling to get water for their animals. Many businesses have shut and many schools and nurseries too. Again, water bottle stations have been poorly organised. Little or no clear provision for hard-hit rural villages areas, forcing residents into long dries with failures to open or running dry far too quickly, creating huge gridlocks, frustration and anger. Mr Speaker, all unbelievably coinciding with East Grinstead train station as the terminus for Gatwick Airport rail replacement buses, showing a complete lack of joined-up planning. The LRFs, Mr Speaker, are in place, but the logistics are failing. I ask the Minister, what penalties or sanctions will the water company face? What level of compensation, which my constituents and many constituents deserve, will they actually get? And with multiple and repeated South East Water serious failings in just the last 5 years, does the Minister agree with me and many? This water company needs urgent new leadership capable of properly addressing emergency situations and, crucially, restoring much-needed confidence in South East Water's ability to manage its systems, its infrastructure and water supplies, and ultimately give the service now and in the future. Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I am with her wholeheartedly in the anger and frustration that she feels on behalf of her residents for once again having problems with this company. As I've said, yes, the short-term factors were the 3s4, but the longer-term factors are the lack of resilience there is with this company and the fundamental problems it has, which is why one of the things that we need to address this more systemically is looking at setting those resilience standards. So you move from a maintenance system which is fixed on failure to a proactive system. But she's quite right in also raising problems around this company. They're already under investigation from the Drinking Water Inspectorate because of the previous issues in Tunbridge Wells. The DWI will be doing further investigations, and I've already met with Ofwat to discuss performance, my concerns around performance issues at the company, and I've asked them to investigate whether or not South East Water is meeting its obligations in serving its customers.
And just reiterate for those who weren't in, only those who were affected. Thank you. Only those constituencies that are affected where the water's been cut off. This isn't about the storm. We'll come back to the storm possibly tomorrow. But I just want to make sure it's these constituencies that are affected by this urgent question. Right, who wants to stand now? on that basis. Helena Donald.
Mr Speaker, and my constituency was affected over the Christmas period by the water outage, and I wanted to thank the Minister for her support over the Christmas period, keeping me updated and briefing the water company. I really feel for the people who are experiencing these water outages. We have looked at this as part of the Environment Select Committee and trying to learn the lessons from the incidents we've had in Hastings and Rye, and it seems like those mistakes are still being repeated. The report outlined the need for more water stations, the need to consider the weight of 6 2-litre bottles for people who are disabled on the priority list, the fact that these learnings are not being taken into account by the water companies, and also the need for hygiene. Once we get several days into a water outage, people can't wash their hands, they can't clean and prepare food, they can't have a shower. So could the Minister tell me what the government is doing to put pressure on the water companies to heed the findings and the learnings from each of these outages in our constituency, that the lessons don't seem to be being learned every time?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and again for the leadership she's shown in her constituency during the Christmas period, and we'd all hoped to have some time off when she was having to reopen her office to communicate with residents. And she's quite right, we need to be learning lessons. We cannot have, and this is a thing that frustrates me, I think more than many other things, Mr Speaker, the same problems being made by the same companies when it comes to communicating clearly and adequately with residents, making sure they know who their vulnerable customers are. And I think this is something I want to look at in our forthcoming white paper, whether or not we have all of the powers that we need. But of course, as I say, the Drinking Water Inspectorate, I don't want to get ahead of that, will be doing their own investigation into the situation over Christmas at Tunbridge Wells and into the current recent one as well.
Come to Shadow Minister Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, can I, from this side of the House, offer my sincere condolences to the Minister and her family for their sad loss at this time. Thank you, Mr Speaker, for granting this question urgently tabled by my honourable friend, the member for East Grinstead and Uckfield. The shortage of water supply in Sussex and Kent continues to have terrible impacts on local communities. Tens of thousands of homes have been without water supply, schools and libraries shut, businesses and in particular hospitality businesses have had to close their doors. Farmers and horse owners, Mr Speaker, fear not having enough water for their livestock, and some hospital appointments are being moved online. This is simply not good enough from South East Water, especially with repeated failures by the company and being the second major incident in a matter of weeks. I understand the distress, anger and frankly exhaustion many in the local area feel. They need clear communication, rapid action now and reassurance for the future. Yet we have heard from my Conservative colleagues in Kent and Sussex repeated accounts about poor communication and logistics from South East Water, including bulk sharing issues with Southern Water. This has also included announcements that vital bottle collection points will open only for constituents to travel, queue and then find out no water has been delivered. Can the Minister confirm when the thousands of homes affected by this shortage can expect their service to restore to normal? And can she provide guidance on what is being done to ensure that homes can access adequate supply, particularly vulnerable households, particularly in more isolated areas, in which travelling to bottle collection points is not feasible, when the schools can reopen, and what is being done to ensure GP surgeries and hospitals can deliver their appointments and care, and what measures have been put in place so that farmers and horse owners have enough water for their animals. Finally, considering the Cunliffe Review's focus on ensuring water supply, can the government confirm what they will take forward from that review to address this as a structural issue to ensure supply and consumer confidence for the long term?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind comments regarding my father. So in terms of compensation, we've doubled the amount of compensation available, and this has had a huge impact, particularly in Tunbridge Wells, where people for the first time will be compensated for being on a boil notice. We're looking at introducing new standards, tightening resilience standards. As I mentioned earlier, this is moving from the system we have at the moment, which is fix on failure, to proactive maintenance, because part of the reason we have this problem in this area, yes, yes, short-term impact 3s and 4, but longer-term impact, there is not enough resilience in the system. There are too many points at which it can easily fail. It was also raised by one of the Honourable Gentleman's colleagues around making sure we have bottled water in villages, in more rural areas, and this is something I've raised directly with the company, because as you quite rightly pointed out, for some people it's quite difficult getting to some of these bottled water stations. So we want to look at, we're making sure we're having them in the right place. And I have told South East Water, I expect them to be communicating regularly with their members of Parliament to make sure that they are in the right place and sharing that intelligence. I mean, I completely agree on the communication. There hasn't been enough use of social media. The website's been too slow to update. You know, there should be much more communication and clear communication going to members of Parliament. I mean, in terms of when we expect the situation to return to normal, I've sent the latest sit-rep out to all of the MPs affected, and I will continue to do so. And we're having another strategic group meeting tomorrow with everybody to see where the situation is in the next 24 hours. I don't expect this to all be resolved in the next 24 hours, which is why I'm holding another meeting again tomorrow. And I've said as well, South East Water should be phoning each individual member of Parliament impacted and updating them on the situation and what's happening. And then finally on livestock, because that was mentioned by a number of colleagues on the call yesterday, they are supporting 11 farms with bottled water, and they've made some deliveries of alternative water to farms across the region. But he's quite right to mention that this is having a huge impact on the welfare of animals, so it needs to be taken as seriously by the water company, and I hope that following this they are intending to do so.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, around 16,500 residents have been impacted as a result of the latest water outage. In addition, GPs and schools have shut. Vulnerable people, including those in care homes, are unable to access water, and people have been forced to queue for hours at water distribution sites. Unfortunately for customers of South East Water, this has become a trend. Over the last 5 years, the company ranks within the bottom 3 for water supply interruptions. Madam Deputy Speaker, experts have stated the potential for water shortages in the area has long been known, but terrible strategic planning, a failure to cut leakage and decisions to divert money towards dividends have distracted from improving infrastructure that should have been prioritised. So does the Minister agree with the Liberal Democrats that the continued tenure of South East Water's CEO is untenable, given the scale, duration and repetition of these serious failures? And will the Government commit to a full independent investigation to South East Water's operational resilience, governance and crisis management? And Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may offer my condolences to the Minister on behalf of myself and my Liberal Democrat colleagues on the terrible and sad loss of her father.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her kind words, and I completely share the frustration. It would be nice to be in the House not talking about South East Water, and I feel I've become to know the Honourable Gentleman for Tunbridge Wells very well, for the sad reason that we seem to be meeting all too frequently about problems in this area. And as I've already said, I think the Drinking Water Inspector will be they're doing an investigation into the situation as it was at Tunbridge Wells. One of the things they're going to be looking at is around the bottled water and the supply to vulnerable people. Has that been communicated well? Has there been a sufficiency? Is it in the right place? Because one of the things they sort of look at is during a crisis, are people getting the water that they need to? So that investigation will take place. And as mentioned, I've already met with Ofwat to share some of my concerns around performance issues at this company, and they are going to be I am going to be asking them to look at whether or not they think this company has met its obligations in serving its customers. And of course, depending on what they say to me, will be something I'll be deeply reflecting on seriously.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for Water for all of her help over the last month, and from myself and also from my constituents. Tunbridge Wells is yet again without water. We seem to roll from outage to outage. As we stand here today, there are 6,500 houses without supply. Schools are closed. Even more are closing as more areas go out of supply. The Minister knows from personal experience that the leadership at South East Water suffer from an optimism bias, appalling risk management, have no idea actually what's going on. The call that the Minister and I were in just an hour and a half ago, they said two things that were immediately proven to be false. And that's not necessarily because they're lying, but because they don't know what they're doing. Plainly, the leadership of South East Water suffers from groupthink. Last week, the EFRA Select Committee showed them to be negligent. The chair accused the CEO of misleading Parliament, said his position was untenable. The Secretary of State of the Water Minister's own department has said she's shocked by Hinton's lack of accountability. Does the Water Minister have confidence in Dave Hinton, the CEO of South East Water?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and yes, we have been spending a long time talking to each other, and I watched the EFRA committee with great interest, particularly interested in Dave Hinton rating himself 8 out of 10. I think what I think is really important is the Drinking Water Inspectorate have the space to do their investigation. I think it's also really important that Ofwat have the space to have a look at this company. But for this moment today, here and now, my priority is trying to get people's water back on and the system up and running, and that's where I want to focus my time. But I think there are questions to be asked about why we are back in this situation again.
Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I offer my condolences to the Honourable Lady on the loss of her father? There are around 5,000 homes in my constituency this weekend which were without water. That on its own is bad enough. But then we have how South East Water responded, failing to deliver water to vulnerable people, sending elderly residents on a 2-hour round trip to get bottled water, sometimes only to find that there was no water left, and ignoring the pleas from livestock owners for water for horses and other animals. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a disgrace. It is not for the first time. The Chief Executive of South East Water has shown us he is not up to the job. Can I urge the Honourable Lady to use all and any power she has to move him on and get South East Water to appoint somebody who is?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for the question, and she did raise on the call as well. I know she was concerned about livestock and the impacts it was having on animals. I mean, water companies have a statutory duty to provide wholesome water. I mean, it is literally their job to provide that, and their requirements are set out in the Security and Emergency Measures Direction, so they have a duty to provide water, and that means in this instance of a supply outage, they have a duty to provide that to vulnerable customers and to people who can't otherwise access their water. And where we've seen failings in this, and this, as I say, this is something the Drinking Water Inspectorate are looking at, but quite frankly, it's outrageous and it's unacceptable. If there's a problem with the supply for whatever reason, and I accept freeze and thaw is not something the company could be held responsible for, but they can be held responsible for the way they've responded to the crisis. And there is no justification for their failure to get water out to vulnerable customers or people who need it. And that is something I will be picking up directly with the company as soon as we're out of this latest crisis.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to sincerely thank all the ministers for all their work over the last 4 days, supporting me and my constituents in Mid-Sussex. My constituency has by no means had the worst outages, but that aside, it still had a secondary school closed, multiple villages out of supply, a hospital out of supply overnight, and 1,200 homes last night. There are multiple points of failure, not just in Mid-Sussex, but right across the South East. And frankly, I've been shocked by the fragility of our water supply system in our region. Quite simply, our infrastructure is not adequate to cope with normal weather events that we should all be able to expect to happen in January. We are on the edge of the supply area in Mid-Sussex and East Grinstead. Will the Minister look at a duty to cooperate with neighbouring water authorities to make sure that those of us at the end of the pipeline aren't cut off in the first instance?
Thank the Honourable Lady, and she's quite right. It is a fragile supply system. We've had years of underinvestment in resilience, and we have a system at the moment where there are too many points at which failure can operate. It's not resilient. You look at other parts of the country where they're able to move water more effectively around their system. That creates a much greater resilience than we have here. It simply doesn't have the resilience it should. This is partly because of the historic problems around maintenance, how they historically, with all water companies, they do fix on failure rather than the proactive maintenance, but it is partly because the system as it is set up at the moment does not allow that easy transfer of water across each individual water company, and these are fundamental things that we need to address through our water reforms and our change in regulation, because we can only build a resilient system if we're able to move water around some of the network. And on her other points around impact on schools is obviously is appalling, especially at the moment. Many of them are doing their mock exams. I know my daughter's been involved in her exams as well.
Helen Grant.
Thank you. I have no confidence whatsoever in South East Water, and I've worked with them now for nearly 15 years. When things go wrong, and they often do in Kent and Sussex, their communication methods are absolutely atrocious.
Exactly.
Too little, too late, and often very confusing, when often all someone wants is to know when they can put the kettle back on or get in the shower. Yesterday, the Environment Minister, the member for Coventry East, who has worked extremely hard on this matter with the Water Minister, she actually instructed that MPs be given 2-hourly direct updates, and this has not happened. She also instructed that there should be a water station opened in Lewes in my constituency, where over 2,000 people have been without water. That has also not happened. South East Water are not fit for purpose. Their leadership team is inadequate. They are out of depth. And I hope the Minister agrees that serious changes must be made, including the removal of the CEO, David Hinton.
It's time. Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I completely share her outrage when communication was specifically requested by my colleague, the Nature Minister, and where we asked for that information to be made available for members of Parliament, and also where the bottled water station was requested. It beggars belief, to be honest with you. As I've said, Ofwat are going to be looking into this, the Drinking Water Inspector are going to be looking into this, and I will be seriously reflecting on the information and the reports that both of those organisations give me.
Josh Babarindi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. South East Water are failing Eastbourne. It is unacceptable that they left thousands of residents in Sovereign Harbour, in Hampden Park, in St Anthony's and in Langley without water supply this weekend. Unacceptable that they refused my ask to set up a water collection station in Eastbourne, forcing residents to travel 35 miles to East Grinstead if they wanted bottled water, and unacceptable that residents who were on the priority services register, many of them received absolutely nothing, including no information. So does she agree that South East Water are a busted flush? And does she agree that it is a scandal that water bosses like Dave Hinton dine out on enormous bonuses, salaries and the rest, while failing residents across our area? Does she agree that Dave Hinton needs to go?
Minister.
Thank the Honourable Gentleman. And one of the reasons we introduced the Water Special Measures Act and the bonus ban was to exactly do this, which is to ensure that people who get a bonus have earned it, and people who haven't earned it don't get one, which seems pretty straightforward way of doing things in my mind. But again, this goes back to this. There's this point made by colleagues, across the House. The water companies should be talking to the members of Parliament. They should be having those conversations about where do they need to put these bottled water stations, what is the most effective place, and they have a duty, not just they are meant, they can if they want to, but they have a statutory duty to supply water to people in the event of supply outages. And this is one of the fundamental things that the Drinking Water Inspectorate are going to look at, is how well or otherwise has the company supplied water to those people who are on the vulnerable register, and how well or otherwise has it made bottled water available. Because quite frankly, I'm as outraged by it as he is.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I was very sorry to hear about the Minister's father. Thousands of my constituents over the weekend in Headcorn, in Staplehurst, in Coxheath, in the villages surrounding have had no running water. It's vital in these situations that we're able to share accurate and timely information. But South East Water literally had no idea what was going on. There was supposed to be a bottled water station in Headcorn, and for the entirety of Saturday, nobody from South East Water could tell me if there was even any water there. We were given multiple conflicting pieces of information, most of which turned out to be inaccurate. The only way we could establish whether there was, my team and I, whether there was anything there, was to go there ourselves. Does the Minister agree that this is unacceptable and makes a bad situation so much worse?
I completely agree with the Honourable Lady, and the poor communication is a theme that has run throughout the whole of this crisis, and again is something that needs to be looked at seriously when the Drinking Water Inspectorate do their investigation, and something that I hope Ofwat will be looking at as well.
Can I thank the Minister for her responses this afternoon? I'll allow a couple of moments for the front bench to swap over. Which brings us to a statement on social media and non-consensual sexual deepfakes. Secretary of State Liz Kendall.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on AI, social media and online safety. No woman or child should live in fear of having their image sexually manipulated by technology. Yet in recent days, the Grok AI tool on the social media platform X has been used to create and share degrading, non-consensual, intimate deepfakes. The content which has circulated on X is vile. It's not just an affront to decent society, it is illegal. The Internet Watch Foundation reports criminal imagery of children as young as 11, including girls sexualised and topless. This is child sexual abuse. We've seen reports of photos being shared of women in bikinis, tied up and gagged, with bruises, covered in blood, and much, much more. Lives can and have been devastated by this content, which is designed to harass, torment and violate people's dignity. They are not harmless images. They're weapons of abuse, disproportionately aimed at women and girls. And they are illegal. Last week, X limited the image creation function to paid subscribers. This does not go anywhere near far enough. It is insulting to victims to say, you can still have this service if you're willing to pay. And it is monetising abuse. So let me be crystal clear. Under the Online Safety Act, sharing intimate images without someone's consent or threatening to share them, including images of people in their underwear, is a criminal offence for individuals and for platforms. My predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Hove and Portslade, rightly made this a priority offence, so services have to take proactive action to stop this content from appearing in the first place. The Data Act, passed last year, made it a criminal offence to create or request the creation of non-consensual intimate images. And today, I can announce to the House that this offence will be brought into force this week. And that I will make it a priority offence in the Online Safety Act too. This means individuals are committing a criminal offence if they create or seek to create such content, including on X. And anyone who does this should expect to face the full extent of the law. But the responsibilities do not just lie with individuals for their own behaviour. The platforms that host such material must be held accountable, including X. Madam Deputy Speaker, Ofcom this morning confirmed that they have opened a formal investigation into X and will assess their compliance with the Online Safety Act. The government expects Ofcom to set out a timeline for the investigation as soon as possible. The public, and most importantly, the victims of Grok's activities, expect swift and decisive action, so this must not take months and months. But X does not have to wait for the Ofcom investigation to conclude. They can choose to act sooner to ensure this abhorrent and illegal material cannot be shared on their platform. If they do not, Ofcom will have the backing of this government to use the full powers which Parliament has given them. And I would remind X and all other platforms, that this includes the power to issue fines of up to 10% of a company's worldwide qualifying revenue. And in the most serious cases, Ofcom can apply for a court order to stop UK users accessing the site. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government will do everything in our power to keep women and especially children safe online. So I can today confirm that we will build on all the measures I have already outlined and legislate in the Crime and Policing Bill, which is currently going through Parliament, to criminalise nudification apps. This new criminal offence will make it illegal for companies to supply tools designed to create non-consensual intimate images, targeting the problem at its source. And in addition to all of these actions, we expect technology companies to introduce the steps recommended by Ofcom's guidance on how to make platforms safer for women and girls without delay. And if they do not, I am prepared to go further. Because this Labour government believes tackling violence against women and girls is as important online as it is in the real world. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not, as some would claim, about restricting freedom of speech. That's something that I and the whole government hold very dear. It is about tackling violence against women and girls. It's about upholding basic British values of decency and respect and ensuring the standards we expect offline are upheld online. And it is about exercising our sovereign power and responsibility to uphold the laws of this land. I hope this is a time when MPs on all sides of the House will stand up for British laws and British values and call out the platforms that allow explicit, degrading and illegal content. It is time to choose a side. Opposition MPs can either support the legislative action we are taking under the Online Safety Act, or they can ally themselves with those who think the creation and publication of sexually manipulated images of women and children is acceptable. And I say in particular to the one Reform MP sitting in this House that if they continue to call for Online Safety Act to be repealed, they are shamefully supporting scrapping protections that keep women and children safe. If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, briefly, I'd like to address calls from many MPs and others, understandable calls for the government to end its participation on X. I really do understand why many colleagues have come to this conclusion when X seems so unwilling to clean up its act. The government will, of course, keep our participation on X under review. But our job is to protect women and girls from illegal and harmful content wherever it is found. And I think it's also worth bearing in mind, with 19 million people on X in this country, and more than a quarter of them saying that they use it as their primary source of news, that our views, and often simply the facts, need to be heard wherever possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me conclude by saying this. I believe, and the government believes, AI is a transformative technology which has the power and potential to bring around extraordinary and welcome change, creating jobs and growth, diagnosing and treating diseases, helping children learn at school, tackling climate change, and so much more besides. But in order to seize these opportunities, people must feel confident that they and their children are safe online and that AI is not used for destructive and abusive ends. Many tech companies want to and are acting responsibly, but where they do not, we must and we will act. Innovation should serve humanity, not degrade it. So we'll leave no stone unturned in our determination to stamp out these demeaning, degrading and illegal images. If that means strengthening the existing laws, we are prepared to do so, because this government stands on the side of decency. We stand on the side of law. We stand for basic British values that are supported by the vast majority of people in this country, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to the Secretary of State. It was rightly expressed about the use of artificial intelligence to undress women and children in photographs by X's AI assistant Grok. The use of AI in this way, without consent, is wrong. It is disturbing, and in many cases, it is illegal. We support Ofcom taking enforcement action where an AI tool is used to generate illegal content, especially that of children. We support the government's stance on notification tools. X itself has warned of consequences for anyone prompting Grok to make illegal content. The tools in question have been put behind a paywall for the easy identification via name and bank details of anyone misusing them. Beyond the platform, however, the Internet Watch Foundation has identified cases where perpetrators have used Grok in tandem with other AI tools to generate Category A material. As the chairman of the Culture Select Committee has rightly said, such mainstream AI tools must not become an enabling step in the child abuse production pipeline. Madam Deputy Speaker, law already exists to deal with much of this. The Protection of Children Act, the Criminal Justice Act, the Sexual Offences Act, the Data Act when the government voted against Baroness Owen's tougher amendments, the Online Safety Act. These laws should be enforced, and we now await Ofcom setting out its next steps as an independent regulator. Regardless of the law, it is right to expect AI companies to anticipate and prevent misuse of products before their deployment through rigorous red teaming. For a law to deter, I accept the enforcement threat must be credible, but its use must also be proportionate. Notwithstanding the soft backpedalling of the Secretary of State today, the government's appendage swinging over the weekend was extremely serious. Ministers mooted as an urgent remedy the banning of a site of 21 million monthly users in this country, despite another minister guffawing that banning X was conspiracy theory number 3627. Madam Deputy Speaker, since its invention, the internet and social media have been misused, often criminally, by people traffickers, paedophiles, fraudsters, the gutter dwellers of our society. Nobody is on their side. But government has never before proposed to wholesale block TikTok, Google or Facebook for the frequent and often flagrant misuse of their sites. It is an extraordinarily serious move against a platform that can be used for good, for uncovering scandals, sparking democratic revolution and allowing day-to-day the free exchange of ideas, including ideas we don't like. It is that very power for good that sees Iran's mullahs reach to block the internet in the face of courageous protesters. This episode poses legitimate questions about who holds power in the internet age. Many worry about the accrued influence of big tech titans, myself included. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, they worry too about the power of government to divert, hide and duck accountability. They worry about this government. The uncomfortable truth for all of us is that some of this imagery sits in a legal grey area. What Grok produced at scale in 2026 is a modern-day iteration of an old problem, from crude drawings to Photoshop. Grok is not the only tool capable of generating false or offensive imagery, and not all of this content will cross the threshold into illegality. Plenty of it is sick, degrading, morally repugnant, but it does not cross the criminal threshold. What then is the Secretary of State proposing to do about the difficult enforcement choices that a regulator or police force must make? Because the risk is that with finite resource in a highly politically sensitive environment, regulators could be diverted from pursuing the most abhorrent and dangerous crimes. Further, if we wish to mitigate the risk to children, one simple intervention may help stop from sharing their own image too freely. That's raising the digital age of consent for social media to 16. The Mayor of Manchester, Andy Burnham, fulsomely agrees as the cross-party consensus grows. Does the Secretary of State? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State knows that there are geopolitical consequences to her rhetoric. Figures close to President Trump have already threatened sanctions. Has the Secretary of State engaged with the US government? Has she been advised on the nature of any retaliation were the UK government to block X? The US-UK tech deal has already been paused. We need clarity on what else is at stake. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Tech Secretary has said, this government is as determined to ensure women and girls are safe online as we are to ensure they are safe in the real world. To this end, will she be ensuring the government enforces against itself for its failure to advance the rape gang inquiry, its failure to stop puberty blocking trials, its failure to implement guidance on single-sex spaces, its inability to deport illegal migrants who have committed sex offences? For while this government rightly worries about the online sphere, and we support them, there is plenty to be getting on with in the real world.
Secretary of State.
Really? Is that the best you could do?
I was going to say at the beginning I was grateful to the Honourable Lady for her support for action from Ofcom, for its investigation, their support for our action on banning nudification apps, and that I hope she and her party actually vote for the crime and policing bill at the final stages. But may I just say here, she then began her own campaign of misinformation in the House. I merely stated the facts about the Online Safety Act, which that there is a backstop power in the OSA, which I remind the Honourable Lady, her previous government and her party voted for a backstop power if Ofcom, in the most serious cases, believes that companies refuse to comply with the law, they have the power to apply to a court for serious business disruption measures to stop people from accessing it. And if she disagrees with her own government's legislation, she should make it clear to the House. The legislation is actually extremely clear that it is a criminal offence to share or attempt to share intimate, non-consensual intimate images. It's going to be illegal to actually create or ask to create those images, and then with the ban on nudification apps, that will make a really important change too. This is not, as I've said, about anything to do with freedom of speech. It's about upholding British values and the British law. And I would also gently point out to the Honourable Lady who mentioned our allies in the United States that the President actually signed the Take It Down Act, which is precisely on non-consensual intimate images. So maybe she should do a little bit more actual research than just reading headlines online or in newspapers. I think the public looking at this will be clear about what they want to see change. I genuinely hope that this is something across the House that we can work on. You know, I actually believe that it is because I'm such a champion of freedom of speech that I want women to not feel that they are bullied, harassed of any platform, so their views and voices can be heard. And I can see by her colleagues' faces they may wish that the Honourable Lady took the same approach too.
Chair of the Select Committee, Chianwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And unlike her shadow, the Secretary of State is rightly passionate in calling out these sexually abusive images. The libertarian tech bro lobby has to accept that consent counts online too. In her letter to me today, the Secretary of State said that the Online Safety Act was designed for this, but she is being overly generous to the previous government. The Act was designed or fudged to give adults some protection from illegal content on certain services and protect children from harmful content more generally, but not including generative AI and without making platforms responsible for the content they share. So will she now accept my committee's recommendations and do more to explicitly plug the gaps in the Act, particularly regarding generative AI, as well as tackling the social media business models that incentivise content like this?
Secretary of State.
I want to say I am genuinely grateful to my honourable friend for all the work she and her committee have done on this issue since coming to this post. I have read in detail their work. She will know that I have already said, for example, on the issue of AI chatbots, some are covered by the Act if they do live searches or they share user content, but I asked my officials to see where there were gaps. They've said there are gaps, and I've said I want to plug them, including legislating if I have to, if that is necessary. This is a fast-moving area. I think with the Online Safety Act, plus the additional measures we've taken in the Data Act and that we will take in the Crime and Policing Act, we've got actually quite a comprehensive suite of issues here and powers. But I know this is developing quickly. particularly around generative AI, and I am always prepared to look at the facts and the evidence and go where that leads me, and if I need to take further action, I will.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For over a week, Grok has generated illegal sexual abuse material, non-consensual images of women and children, and without the disgraceful step of putting it behind a paid paywall without restraint on X. This is abhorrent, and these images are illegal. And unlike the Conservatives, we very much welcome the action that is being taken and absolutely want to work together to stop this illegal, abhorrent use of AI technology. This is why the Liberal Democrats have called on the National Crime Agency to launch a criminal investigation into X and for Ofcom to restrict access immediately. We also called for MPs from Reform to donate their earnings to X to those charities that are working for those victims of sexual exploitation. So where there are loopholes around AI horrific images, we to the Secretary of State the establishment of a criminal offence to create or seek to create such horrific content, and the work to criminalise nudification apps. Regulatory gaps, however, are not the only problem. Enforcement is failing too. While other countries have acted decisively to ban X, Ofcom has taken over a week to start an investigation. The resources to take on these tech giants. What has become clear is that with the pace of technology, the government must look to future-proof online safety from new harms and harmful features. And so the Liberal Democrats have long been raising the alarm. We tabled amendments to data consent, propose a doom scroll cap to curb addiction, and call for public health warnings on social media. So will the government support our calls on these actions? Because protecting women and children from online abuse cannot wait. And this matters in real life. To my constituent who was harmed by strangulation in a nightclub following online videos, to the victims of sexual abuse and violence, which often starts online. So does the Secretary of State have full faith in Ofcom's ability to enforce the Online Safety Act, given the pace of change? And will she meet with me? Because unlike the Conservatives, I would like us to work together on this issue, which is so important, to discuss the action need to tackle this, AI chatbots and emerging technologies. This is a moment for the House to act together. Inaction sends a message that abuse online is acceptable, and we must prove otherwise.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I think I've said to this House before, you know, patience is not my greatest virtue. But that's because the public, and most importantly victims, want to see this happen quickly. I think I said in my statement, I expect Ofcom, and because the public expects Ofcom to do this swiftly. We do not want to wait months and months for action. I am, of course, very happy to, as is the Minister responsible for online safety, to meet with her to discuss further steps. I would say that, you know, there are clear responsibilities here in terms of enforcement of the law on individuals and their behaviour, but the Online Safety Act, which I know her party voted for, it does place some of those requirements on Ofcom. We have got to see action, and I'm sure that message will be heard loud and clear today.
Chair of the Education Committee, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Minister's statement and the additional steps that she has announced today? It is important that action that is taken keeps pace with the speed of the technology that it is seeking to influence. So can I press her on the timescale for the Ofcom investigation and any subsequent action that may be needed? Can I press her on the steps that the government is taking to ensure that children whose abuse is enabling the creation of images by Grok are safeguarded and protected, and that those responsible face the full force of the law? And can she confirm that if X continues to take the attitude and approach that we have seen so far in relation to these issues, that no options are off the table?
Secretary of State.
Absolutely no options are off the table, and as I said to the opposition spokesperson, the Online Safety Act does include that backstop power that if Ofcom decides they have repeatedly refused to comply with the law, they can apply to a court for serious business disruption measures. She's right to raise the issues around protecting children, that it is the most abhorrent crime. That is why this government has been so strong on this. I'm very happy to meet her and talk to her committee about what other steps we need to take. But we will make sure children are protected. No ifs and no buts.
Chair of the Culture and Media and Sport Committee, Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has given a very clear message on this, and I'd like to thank her for that today. She's right to say that this is not only about X and Grok, that actually there are very many generative AI platforms out there that are facilitating this illegal and dehumanising behaviour. Can I gently say to her, she's absolutely right that AI has enormous potential to reshape our lives, but over a year since the government attempted to sacrifice our world-beating creative industries and individuals' intellectual property on the altar of AI, we are still waiting for news of the AI bill. But I'm so pleased that she has drawn the line here, that she will not sacrifice the safety of women and children. I agree with her that there are gaps in the legislation, of course there are, but there is a lot of legislation out there. But since the Online Safety Act came into force in March, Ofcom have taken so very little legal action against illegal content, which is just so prolific out there. So I asked the Secretary of State, how confident is she that Ofcom have A, the resources, but B, the willpower, the stomach to take on these big tech companies?
Secretary of State.
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Lady for her comments, for her letter to me. I hope she's received that reply. I tried to get that done as quickly as possible, and her passionate campaigning on this issue. Number one, she knows that myself and the Secretary of State for Culture and Media and Support have been deeply engaging with colleagues on the issue of AI and copyright. We will update the House by the 18th of March on next steps on that. She knows I want to find a way that absolutely backs our world-beating creatives, but also enables us to make sure our world-leading AI developers and academics can use that too. That is no easy task, but I'm determined to find a way forward. I think the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. This is a real test case, and people want to see action. They want to see the laws of this land upheld, and I'm sure that Ofcom knows, and will hear once again from members in this House, that that is what they need to do to get people's trust and to get their belief that this will work.
Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very glad to hear that the Secretary of State is going to take swift action on this matter, and I'm very glad to hear that she's open-minded and prepared to do whatever it takes. It would be great if the Minister could also act as swiftly against the bot farms abroad who target our democracy with lies and with mischief. Sometimes I appreciate it's difficult to prove, of course, unless you are a social media company yourself. But however, this weekend, the uprising in Iran resulted in the internet going down, just as it had done in the summer. And guess what happened? 1,300 bot accounts that support the Scottish nationalists went down. Now, either it is that there's a lot of Scottish nationalists in Iran, which I suspect there aren't, or there was a deliberate attempt to try to undermine our democracy and stir mischief. This is very serious. It is just one example that can be proved. What is going to happen as a result of this?
Secretary of State.
I thank my right honourable friend for her really important point about the impact on facts, our democracy, and the rule of the law. I know she takes this extremely seriously, and so does the government. The chair of the DSIT Select Committee has also written about misinformation, and I recently gave evidence about that to the Select Committee. I just want to reassure her that we are looking at all of these issues because, as I said, we want to uphold British values, the law and the facts. I think this is one of the really crucial issues in this whole debate because it can have really significant consequences if that doesn't happen.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Does the Secretary of State agree with me that in responding to a threat of this magnitude, a graduated response is required? And is she tentatively encouraged by the fact that X has decided to say that you cannot be anonymous in doing this sort of, in doing this sort of mischief, I don't think they are taking that step out of the goodness of their hearts. I think they're taking that step, please don't shout me down, I think they're taking that step because they are afraid of the sanctions that will come next. So should she not be encouraging Ofcom to impose the appropriate level of sanctions and to threaten to move to the next stage so that ultimately these big tech companies must know that if they persist, they will be fined again and again and again and ultimately stopped from broadcasting. They have blinked by doing this, but they must have the pressure ramped up in a graduated way.
Secretary of State.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his question. I think I did set out in my statement the steps that can be taken. We know the formal investigation has been launched. I want to see that report ASAP. That's what the public would expect. And there are clear powers in the legislation to fine these companies up to 10% of their worldwide qualifying revenue, as well as this backstop power. I think that he will know other countries are taking a whole range of actions too. We've seen everything from some temporary bans in countries like, I think, Indonesia and Malaysia. Other countries are looking at amending their legislation to give them similar powers to us, as well as people making very clear that they want to put pressure on. I think all of this will send a very clear single message. I just hope MPs on all sides of the House would actually agree with that, and then we might actually protect all women and girls.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for an absolute clear message that this is illegal. What they are doing is, what X is doing with using Grok is illegal, and it is much the platform's responsibility as the people using it. I'm afraid, though, there is less confidence in Ofcom's ability to actually enforce the Online Safety Act as it currently stands and the improvements being made. Does she agree with me and many across this country that we need to start seeing real action by the end of this week by Ofcom, or we will judge Ofcom's leadership and individuals failing the British public?
My honourable friend is an absolutely powerful champion on this issue. I'm a feminist. I believe in deeds, not words. It's the deeds and the action that will provide the proof that the very, very tough legislation that is already in place, we need to see that implemented. British rule of law, Ofcom needs to act, and swiftly.
Munira Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Secretary of State's announcements today. She rightly set out the abhorrent and criminal nature of the content being created through Grok. Our children, as well as being subject to this abuse, are being exposed to this kind of harmful content, not just on X, but on many social media platforms, together with AI chatbots that never sleep, doom scrolling and addictive gaming. Children and young people and their parents are crying out for further action. So could I implore the Secretary of State, will she finally now look at raising the digital age of data consent to stop big tech companies profiteering from our children's attention? She opposed it when we proposed it last year in the data bill. We now have a chance again next week through the Children's Wellbeing in Schools bill, which is currently in the other place.
Secretary of State.
So I know that parties opposite, and indeed many of my colleagues on these benches have called for a ban on social media for the under-16s. That's not currently the government's policy, but what I would say is that I will always be driven by the evidence. I am closely monitoring the evidence, including where similar action has been taken in other countries. We are very concerned about screen time. In fact, today we have announced for the first time ever we will have new guidelines for screen use for, I think, the under 5s, because we're very worried, including about recent evidence that children under 2, who have the highest screen time levels, are struggling more with language. So we're determined to take act, but I will always be driven by the evidence.
Samantha Niblett.
Deputy Speaker. Last week, I met with the brilliant Cindy Gallop, founder of Make Love Not Porn and Make Love Not Porn Academy, who, like me and many across this House, believes in empowering people to talk openly and responsibly about sex free from shame. Given how quickly tech is evolving, regulation, bans and blocks alone cannot shift behaviour of people like those using the Grok tool to make non-consensual sexual deepfakes. A shared cross-party commitment to lifelong age-appropriate sex and relationships education is vital to changing culture, promoting consent and preventing harm. So does my right honourable friend agree that despite the horror stories we're currently seeing, tech isn't an enemy, people are, including some tech bros like Musk, and that tech could be used for good by good people to aid lifelong sex education instead of exploitation?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker gave me a look just now which said, speed up your answers. I know that's what she did, so I will. I absolutely believe, look, tech can be a force for good or bad. The reason I'm so passionate about this is because I believe it can be a force for good, including proper education of children and younger people. So on that point, I definitely agree with my honourable friend.
I'm not sure that I did give the Secretary of State a look, but I'm only going to run this statement for an hour in total, so members really do need to ask much shorter questions. Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome what the Secretary of State has said today and welcome the robust encouragement the government has given to Ofcom to act on this issue. When she considers Ofcom's capacity to act, not just its willingness to do so, will she also consider whether or not injunctive-style relief ought to be available to Ofcom so that it can act urgently when circumstances require? But can I also ask her about risk assessment? Because of the centrality of risk assessment to the Online Safety Act process, it matters hugely whether a platform has assessed a risk leading on to its safety duties to do something about that risk. Would she discuss with Ofcom whether X has done a proper risk assessment and kept it up to date? Because at the very least, we now know that X are on notice that its AI tools can be used for the promulgation of illegal content on its platform.
Secretary of State.
Yes, I will. I know X replied to Ofcom on Friday about what action it had taken. I haven't seen that. I'll ask to see it. And of course, I want to see, are they making the proper risk assessments as quickly as possible?
Neil Coyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for action on this issue. But what role does the Minister think is being played by the tens of thousands of pounds taken by some, particularly on the right, from Musk's disinformation and child porn generator in spouting false claims that this government action, this welcome government action, is about free speech?
Secretary of State.
This is about, all of this for me is about upholding British values and the British law. It's not about restricting freedom of speech. It's actually about enabling women to participate and not feel bullied and threatened of, so they can participate. And I would just say that, Reform wants the Online Safety Act scrapped. Their leader has said the way forward is just to talk to them and tell them this isn't the way forward. I mean, so much for strong leadership. I wonder why that's their position.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State and wholeheartedly support it. And I'm absolutely ashamed and disgusted by the statement of the Shadow Minister. Elon Musk is a so-called free speech absolutist who has decried ministers as fascists and says that the UK must stop censorship. And now we have American politicians threatening future trade deals if we tackle non-consensual content and deepfake child pornography from being shared online. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that free speech should never extend to creating and sharing sexual abuse material of children or women? And does she agree that it is a responsibility of platforms that provide the tools, alongside Apple and Google, which permit these tools in our app stores, to ensure the...
Order. Questions have to be much shorter. Secretary of State.
Non-consensual intimate images of women bloodied and bruised in bikinis and child sexual abuse, that's not freedom of speech, it's abuse.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
While X as a platform and indeed some parties in this place seem to content to profit from the proliferation of illegal sexually abusive content, this is a government that is meant to practice what we preach on online safety and violence against women and girls. The public, like me, are baffled by tough words from a government that continues to not just use but prioritise X for its communications. If non-consensual deepfake pornography and child sex abuse imagery isn't the red line for the government to take its communications elsewhere, can I ask the Secretary of State, what is?
So my honourable friend and I have discussed this just last week, and I completely agree with her that we need to get our views and voices out on a whole range of other platforms. That I and many ministers make this point regularly, and I think there's much more we could do. As I said, we will keep this issue under review. As I spelt out in my statement, I think there is an argument actually that the Director General of the BBC made about keeping a voice on a platform that's used for so many people, but I do understand her concerns, and we'll keep this under review.
Jess Brownfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If Ofcom doesn't act decisively and swiftly to protect people in the UK, it risks sending a deeply damaging signal that even the most serious forms of online abuse will be accepted when they're carried out by powerful platforms that are owned by powerful men. So does the Secretary of State have full faith that Ofcom will enforce the Online Safety Act in light of the slow and inadequate response to child sexual abuse material being produced by Grok?
Secretary of State.
I am sure that Ofcom will hear loud and clear my comments, the comments of the Honourable Lady and others, that we expect the law of this land to be upheld and enforced, and to be done so swiftly.
Louise Haig.
Congratulate my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for the strength and passion with which she's responded to this issue. Elon Musk is ideologically opposed to the kind of ethical guardrails and safeguarding that the British public want to see online. This update for Grok was put in place in August that facilitated these images. So where has Ofcom been in that time? Doesn't it reveal that the way we legislate and regulate in this place is not fit for purpose with the challenges that AI is presenting day by day? So will the Secretary of State take this opportunity to consider a far more flexible, principle-based, responsive approach to the way we regulate?
I think my right honourable friend raises a really important issue. You know, everybody in this House knows just how long it took to pass the Online Safety Act, and by the time it's been implemented, things have moved on very, very quickly. It's a really critical question how we move as quickly as the technology is moving, and that is an issue I am considering deeply.
Blackman.
Will the Secretary of State consider adding user-generated content, the definition of user-generated content, AI responses to prompts by users as part of that definition, so it's included within the Online Safety Act? And also, will the Secretary of State or one of her ministers meet with me to discuss my concerns about children being allowed to live stream and the risks this poses to children?
I will definitely meet with anyone who's got evidence about that and what we need to do.
Justice Sarto.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having campaigned for a ban on notification apps, I hugely welcome the Secretary of State's announcements today. And we've all seen just how AI has been used to humiliate and sexualise women with bullet holes, blood, gagging, bruising, even the horror of a Jewish woman being stripped of her clothes and placed at Auschwitz. I, like a number of colleagues over the weekend, have also had my own treatment and stripped into a bikini by AI on X. Much less worse for many victims, but a reminder of what many thousands of women face daily. Will my right honourable friend therefore look at how the government can work with industry to introduce AI watermarking alongside ways of enabling users to mark that their pictures or videos should not be digitally manipulated without their consent?
My honourable friend is a formidable campaigner on all these issues, and I'm of course happy, as is the Minister for Online Safety, to meet with her to discuss all these ideas further.
Tom Gordon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the statement by the Secretary of State. One of the things that I am slightly concerned about is that when she talks about a ban, either limited short-term or long-term, is the actual way in which that would be enforced. Is she confident that Ofcom would be able to do so in response to X and what we've seen? And what I would ask is, how do we ensure that if we're going to end up with a ban on it, temporarily or otherwise, that we don't allow people to circumvent that by the use of VPNs, and what's her thoughts on that side of things?
I mean, I hope we don't get to that stage. I hope that the X abides by the law and the Ofcom uses the powers that it has. I think that is extremely important. We want to see that as quickly as possible. I'm so sorry, the second part of the question, would the honourable gentleman say? Yeah, I think...
Can I suggest to everybody who's yet to ask a question that second part's not required?
Didn't hear, that was my fault. I didn't hear it, but yes. We will see. I believe that this can be enforced. I think we have comprehensive legislation, probably stronger than almost any other country, and now it needs to be enforced.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I very much welcome what the Secretary of State is doing in proving that none of this is inevitable with the development of technology. But she herself has just said there is a concern that our legislation is behind rather than ahead of the curve. She knows this is not just about Grok. This is about AI chatbots. I know the Baroness Kidron in the other House has brought forward legislation on that. And will she also defend all of those talking about content moderation and how we get this right in future, including standing up to governments who are not free speech advocates if they bar those people from their shores?
Yeah. Let me just keep to the point on AI chatbots. I have said that we're confident that some are covered by the legislation, but officials have told me they believe some are not. I'm currently working this through. I would say I want to move swiftly, but I want it to be effective for all the reasons that we've said, but I'm happy to meet her to discuss that further.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the devastating harm caused by non-consensual sexual deepfakes and the reality that the Online Safety Act is ineffective against international social media platforms, how will the Secretary of State ensure the immediate removal of this material and deliver practical support to women and girls from the moment they become victims?
By backing the law, not calling for it to be scrapped, which is what her party wants.
Steve Race.
Speaker, the Southwest Grid for Learning is based in my constituency. It does really important work keeping people safe online as part of the Safer Internet Centre. They also run a programme called Stop Non-Consensual Intimate Image Abuse, and it's a programme that people can access to stop these images from being uploaded to platforms through a technological solution called hashing. Some platforms use this, but not all platforms use this. Would she, with my right honourable friend, encourage all platforms to take up this technology and promote this service to people too? Thank you.
I think that sounds like a very interesting and practical solution to many of the challenges we're discussing, and I hope he'll send me more detail.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I cannot pretend to understand the complexities of AI or bots or the stuff that we've been talking about this afternoon, but what I do understand is the impact that sexual abuse has upon children and girls in my constituency. On Saturday, I was talking to a grandmother who told me that her granddaughter had been groomed and as a consequence had become suicidal, was locked in her room and was unrecognisable from the young woman that she had been just 3 months ago. I live in a very rural part of the country. Can I please get a reassurance from the Secretary of State that she will put as much money and facilities into the rural parts of this country to prevent this disgusting habit than she will in other parts?
I mean, I will do whatever it takes, and I know that this is what the whole government thinks. And I would say, in particular, the Prime Minister, who it is a personal priority for him, I would say that the people who abuse children in every century, in any different form, they find a way to do it. And our job is to find that and to stop it, and that's what we'll do.
Annalise Dodds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Secretary of State that the production of these disgusting images does not amount to freedom of speech. It amounts to freedom to abuse, freedom to harass and freedom to commit crime. Will she condemn what seems to be an organised campaign of intimidation against female staff at Ofcom, who, after all, are just carrying out the responsibilities they were given by this House?
Yes, absolutely. All of us worry about our constituents, family and friends and the people who work with us, about what happens to them if they have the temerity to speak out. And we will not be bullied. We will not be cowed. And I know my right honourable friend won't, for sure.
Anne Davis.
Madam Deputy, many women and girls will be shocked to hear some colleagues within this House suggest that deep AI fakes is a question of free speech. Plaid Cymru is clear, digital abuse is not free speech. Does the Secretary of State agree that protecting women and girls must never be conditional? And will she outline what the government will do, not only to criminalise the creation of deepfakes, but to stop these platforms from creating this technology in the first place?
Yes, and I would refer the Honourable Lady to my statement, which I think spelt out in detail all the action we're taking.
Lizzie Collins. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I can't accept that it's okay for the government to stay on X now, but I do welcome the strong action the government is taking on online violence against women and girls. This is part of a wider problem of violent pornography that normalises and encourages violent sexual fantasies. So does she agree with me that Ofcom has a duty to act swiftly and firmly?
100%.
Caroline Bowden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Secretary of State's clarity over these disgusting and illegal images on X. I've chosen my side. I deleted X from my phone on Saturday. Can the Secretary of State guarantee that Ofcom will have the powers, the teeth and the funding it needs to keep up with the tech bros as they invent new and innovative ways to degrade women?
I believe Ofcom does have the powers and the funding to do that, but this technology is developing rapidly. So that is why I have said to the House, I will absolutely keep monitoring it. Where we see gaps, we will plug them, because this is so important for the country.
Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her comment this afternoon, and agree with her that anyone seeking to say that this is free speech is totally incorrect, and we must continue to redouble our efforts to protect women and girls. Part of this abuse happens on social media, and there's a big conversation, as the Secretary of State knows, in terms of banning that from the 16s. More teaching unions are coming out, teachers, parents, a large majority of the public as well. The Secretary of State said that she's prepared to go further. Will she be prepared to go further and actually make sure that the government are reviewing what's been done in Australia to make sure we are banning social media for under 16s?
We are closely monitoring what's happening in Australia. It's banning social media for the under 16s isn't currently our policy, but we of course are looking at the evidence. I'm particularly concerned about the addictiveness of this, the impact on mental health. I would just say a couple of points, which is, I think we also need to talk to young people themselves. Some who are acutely aware of the problems but don't want it banned. And I also hear what organisations like the Molly Rose Foundation and the NSPCC, who worry that a ban would push things more underground, and they worry about the cliff edge when young people reach 16. I think we need to take all these issues into account. I will always be driven by the evidence.
Dr. Ellie Chance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. I share her outrage and horror at the use of AI to create these abusive sexual deepfakes. Can I press the Minister on implementation? Our legislation is only as good as its implementation, its enforcement. She talked about acting swiftly. Will she set a hard deadline for Ofcom to complete its investigation? And will she set a hard deadline for X to act? Otherwise, she will impose the full fines possible.
Well, the legislation that we voted for in this House, the Online Safety Act, actually gives those powers to Ofcom. They give and I would expect to see a swift timeline, and I would expect to see any investigation done as soon as possible. People in this country and victims do not want to wait months, and the legislation says the powers are for Ofcom to apply to a court for serious business disruption measures, and I think it's really important that happens. I would also say, let us not forget, the X doesn't need to wait for any of this to act. They need to do that immediately.
Raft.
Speaker, and can I add my voice to those who are expressing shock at equating holding to account people who profiteer and enable production of sexual abuse images of children somehow with undermining free speech. It is disingenuous and it does a disservice to everyone. I would like to encourage the Secretary of State to continue to put pressure on Ofcom to make sure that they act decisively and effectively against companies who break the Online Safety Act.
I thank my honourable friend. I am sure Ofcom knows only too well the expectations of not only this House, but more importantly the country and victims, that action must be taken, and we will continue to make that point.
Ms Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having read accounts of women who have had their image manipulated by Grok AI, I'm dismayed by attempts by some to try and twist this into an argument about suppressing free speech. It is abuse and it is illegal. I welcome the news that the government will criminalise nudification apps. But does the Minister agree with me that as Elon Musk has so far refused to take any responsibility or recognise the severity of online harms and is unlikely to be bothered about the threat of fines, the only way to stop this abuse is to block access to X in the UK now?
I hope I've made my position on that, the legislation and my expectations clear, but I'm more than happy to discuss that further with the Honourable Lady.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for standing up for women and children with conviction, with dedication, with no ifs, no buts. And I share that dedication as a member of the Women and Equalities Committee. I supported our inquiry into non-consensual intimate image abuse. Witnesses told us that one of the most damaging aspects of this form of abuse was the length of time that those images remained on those platforms. So could I ask what steps the Secretary of State is taking to make sure that all these images and deepfakes are removed from the internet as quickly as ever possible?
My honourable friend is another amazing campaigner on these issues. She's right again to raise the issue of speed. The legislation, I think I'm correct in saying, expects platforms, when they know that this material is there, to take it down swiftly. It's interesting to note in the Take It Down Act that has actually been passed in the United States on non-consensual intimate image abuse has a 48-hour time limit. I always look at what's happening in other countries to see what more we can learn here.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the actions outlined by the Secretary of State today. Nearly 10 years ago, Molly Rose Russell died as a result of suicide from content she has seen online. In Northern Ireland, one of the world's most prolific paedophiles operated with ease online. We know already the risks here, but I would ask the Secretary of State to make sure that devolved regions are not left behind in our attempts to be able to tackle this global scourge.
I will do anything I can to make sure this is sorted in every part of our proud United Kingdom, and if she has further ideas, I hope she will write to me about them, because I'm very keen to see.
Lola McAvoy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Secretary of State's swift action. All power to you. Long before this Grok app was invented, I met a father whose daughter had taken his own life after an overly sexualised fake image was circulated of her at school. That is the impact of these unregulated actions by these anonymous people. Will the Secretary of State please use this opportunity to highlight the fact that creating, facilitating, hosting and sharing these images is against the law, and that no VPN or amount of money will prevent you from facing the full force of it in this country?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The legislation is clear. It is illegal to share or attempt to share. It will be illegal to create or attempt to create. The nudification apps will be banned too. And it is really, really clear here, VPNs or not, the platforms have to make sure that their duties under the law are fulfilled. Crystal clear. That is what this issue is about, and we're determined to make sure the full force of the law is felt.
Will Forster.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been contacted by a significant amount of my constituents in Woking who are appalled that Grok and X are being used to create and then disseminate child sexual abuse. One of the issues they've raised with me is the length of time it has taken us to act versus other countries. Malaysia and Indonesia have already banned these platforms. Is the Secretary of State not concerned that it took Ofcom a week to launch an investigation?
I said to the House, you know, patience is not my greatest virtue. I want to see us act faster, faster and firmer, and I'm sure this message will be coming out loudly and clear to Ofcom and to X, who have the power to sort this out now.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Secretary of State's serious and rapid action to tackle non-consensual sexual deepfakes on social media, which we know have generated child sexual abuse images and we know have been weaponised to abuse and silence women, including many in this House. Yeah. Now, we also know that AI's capabilities are growing, it's being more widespread, so can the Secretary of State tell the House how government is monitoring these evolving AI models to prevent them from causing harm in future?
My honourable friend will know that the AI Security Institute, and I would say this is one thing I definitely pay tribute to the previous government for establishing, because it is a world leader. Its job is to monitor in depth, working in partnership with those companies, the harms that are there. I am in regular contact with them. I think that's really important because I do believe the potential of AI can be used for great good, but only if it is safe.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State today, but the idea from some that X moving Grok to a premium service is somehow them blinking, I think, is for the birds. I think it was actually a deliberate strategy by X to create this content generation tool, which is disgusting, but actually drove up demand and waited until the demand was at a critical mass, and then decided to make it a premium product so that they could make money from it. And they are continuing to make money from violence against women and girls, which is what this is. It cannot be denied. Now, the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy released just before Christmas said that it would ensure that the UK has one of the most robust responses to perpetrators of VOG in the world. Now, I just gently say, with other countries already having banned Grok, is this really the most robust response that we could have?
I mean, other countries have different legislative systems. Ours has been the Online Safety Act, which I believe is actually, along with the other measures I've said, one of the most comprehensive ways of addressing this issue. She's right to point to the speed and swiftness of action. I think that is a point heard time and time again in this House. But I would say that this government's determination to tackle violence against women and girls comes from the top down and goes right across every department. I would also say, this is a point I should have mentioned earlier, that my right honourable friend, the Minister for State, who is a joint minister in DCIT and DCMS, is looking at the issue of advertising, including the monetisation of some of these behaviours. It is a really important issue. Follow the money is a really important thing, and we want to address that.
Final question, Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The overwhelming majority of child sexual abuse imagery produced online remains very sadly produced by children themselves, having been groomed by adults in order to do so. Can the Minister please lay out what steps the government is going to take to ensure that there are device-level protections that stop children from taking and sharing nude images of themselves?
My honourable friend has raised a really important issue. I'm happy to discuss this with her further, because that is exactly what is happening in this country. Could I also say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know there are many colleagues who've not had a chance to ask a question, but I will find a way that they can ask that question, and I will get them a response through the department, including through my parliamentary PPSs, because I know you all care so passionately about this issue, and I want to continue the debate. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement? I suspect. Point of order, Jim Shannon.
The Minister indicated to one of the other members that when it comes to Northern Ireland, I think through the Policing and Crime Bill, can the Minister or Secretary of State confirm that it will be modified to include Northern Ireland.
The honourable member will know that that is not a point of order. I made it very clear that the statement was going to run for an hour. The Secretary of State seems to be itching to respond to that. Perhaps you can do so in writing. I think it's very unfair on members who have not had a chance to get in that we should seek to extend this via point of order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Finance number 2 bill, committee.
Now. Order. Under the order of the House of the 16th of December, we shall now move to committee of the whole House.
Okay.
Order.
Finance number 2 bill. Clauses 1 to 6 in Schedule 1 and clauses 7 and 8 in Schedule 2, clauses 9, 10 and 69, clause 62 in Schedule 12 and any new clauses relating to the subject matter of those clauses and those schedules.
Can I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair and Chair are also acceptable. We will start with the group on income tax charge and rates, and we begin with Clause 1 stand part, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses stand part, schedules and new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister. Minister Tomlinson.
Madam Chair, it is a pleasure to open this first day of committee debate on the Finance Bill. Madam Chair, this was set to be the biggest economic moment of the day, but my moment in the limelight has sadly been blown off course by the riveting news with regards to the former member for Stratford-upon-Avon's defection to Reform UK. This star signing is clearly a great loss to the Conservative Party. Members opposite may hope that this will allow them to start to expunge the history of the Trust mini-budget from the nation's collective memory, although I can't help feel it's a case of shutting the heated stable door after the horse has bolted. He said he wanted to join Reform UK to fix a broken system, but just like the party opposite, no one will believe that he can do it. In fact, Madam Chair, he ran the system, he broke the system, and he left us all sorting out with the tax man how to pay for the mess he left behind. Returning to the topic at hand, Madam Chair, my right honourable friend the Chancellor delivered her second budget at this dispatch box a few weeks ago. This was a budget to build strong foundations and a secure future for our country. Reflecting historical underperformance, the Office for Budget Responsibility has revised down its productivity forecast. In isolation, this reduces the amount of revenue that the OBR expects the government to collect by around £16 billion in 2029-30. The government is determined to outperform this forecast by continuing its plans to grow the economy, protecting public services and cutting borrowing. But it is right to plan on the independent forecaster's judgments, meaning despite Britain's progress, the government does need to strengthen the public finances. The choice at the budget was austerity and decline or investment and renewal, and this Labour government has rejected austerity and repeating the mistakes of the opposition. All those opposite who are quick to promise cutting taxes must set out where they would credibly raise the money from elsewhere, what they would actually cut, or how much they would increase borrowing by, as they enjoyed doing so much in recent years. The budget delivered fair and necessary choices that deliver on the public's priorities and choices that bring about the change that this government promised. The government has chosen to cut the cost of living, delivering £150 off energy bills, freezing train fares and prescription charges. The government has chosen to focus on cutting waiting lists, delivering 5.2 million more appointments and opening 250 new neighbourhood health centres. All this would be threatened by those opposite who don't support the taxes, including those debated in these clauses, that are needed to fund decent public services. This government has... I will.
I'm very impressed with the Minister's opening speech and his lightness of touch, but can he explain to the House how he reconciles this litany of good effects with the number of U-turns carried out since the budget was put forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member opposite for giving me time to top up my water and for his intervention. The government has been very clear in its approach since we took office. We needed to raise revenue to fund public services. We've been consistent in our objectives in that regard, and we need to get borrowing down. Borrowing is falling in every single year of this forecast because of the decisions that we have taken. I believe, Madam Chair, it's the fastest reduction in borrowing in the G7, bringing that economic stability back and allowing the Bank of England the space to be able to cut interest rates, Madam Chair, as they have already done 6 times since the general election. The Finance Bill will deliver on the choices that the government has made, and we will renew public services. We have taken the decision to lift hundreds of thousands of children, Madam Chair, out of poverty, getting more people into work, and crucially for our long-term growth prospects, maintaining the highest level of public investment for 40 years, all while keeping borrowing this year to its lowest level in 6 years as a share of GDP, and doubling, Madam Chair, our headroom against our fiscal rules. I will give way.
Can I thank the Minister very much for what he's putting forward? The OBR have indicated that some £55.5 billion will be raised, but the money's not coming from millionaires, it's coming from those who are in the lower and middle income families, and that means that some 4.8 million more money will be paying the higher rate. Some 600,000 more individuals will have moved to the additional rate band. Can I ask the Minister, in all honesty, how can we help those in the lower and the middle bracket? Those who are millionaires, they can afford it, the other ones can't.
One of the ways that we are seeking to support everyday working people and families across the country is by making the decisions, many that have been opposed by members on the benches opposite, I must say, to raise taxes on those with the very largest estates and with the very highest amount of wealth. In fact, over this Parliament, as a result of the decisions made at the budget in 2025 and the budget in 2024, will be raising an additional £10 billion of revenue from wealth and from those with the greatest wealth, which enables us to minimise the ask that we're making of everyday families when it comes to the topic that we'll be debating later in this session. Madam Chair, turning now to the clauses in detail that we're debating in this session. Firstly, clauses 1 to 3 on income tax. Income tax is the largest source of government revenue and helps to fund the UK's schools, hospitals and other essential services that we rely on. In the coming year, it's expected to raise £359 billion. Each year, the government has to legislate to charge and set the rates of income tax. The rates of income tax are not being changed by this bill. We're confirming that they will remain the same. Clause 1 imposes a charge to income tax for the coming financial year. Clause 2 sets the main rates of income tax at 20%, 40% and 45%. These will apply to non-savings, non-dividend income taxpayers in England and Northern Ireland. Income tax rates in Scotland and Wales are set by their respective parliaments. And Clause 3 sets the default rates at the same levels of the main rates, namely 20%, 40% and 45%. These rates apply to the non-savings, non-dividend income taxpayers who are not subject to the main rates of income tax, Welsh rates of income tax or the Scottish rates of income tax. Income tax is a vital revenue stream for our public services, and clauses 1 to 3 ensure that it will continue to be so in the year ahead, 26-27. Turning to clauses 4 to 8, which raise tax rates for property, savings and dividend income to ensure, I would give way.
To the Minister for giving way. I wonder, just for the elucidation of the public, who I know he knows will be glued to our proceedings this evening, a couple of things. First of all, he said that debt is falling. Could he just confirm that it's actually sort of levelling off as a share of GDP and possibly may fall slightly by the end of the forecast period, but actually in absolute terms is rising? And when he says that income tax rates aren't changing in this bill, he's technically correct, but fiscal drag means that for hundreds of thousands of people, actually the tax rate on their marginal earnings will change very significantly in the years to come.
It is right to be precise, and I was being precise around the rates themselves, which are not changing. He raises the point of the effective tax rate, which is a point I understand. On the specifics of what I said earlier in the debate, I was talking about borrowing rather than debt. Borrowing is falling significantly over the course of the forecast, fastest in the G7 as far as I'm aware on the latest data. He is right that debt is broadly stable, but is falling in the year that the fiscal rules are relevant as a share of GDP, which is the traditional way, and I think the more economically relevant way for assessing the stock of government debt as a share of the economy. One of the ways that our country was able to reduce the debt that we took on after the Second World War was through growing our economy and the debt becoming a smaller share of GDP. That's something this government will seek to do through continuing to beat the forecast when it comes to economic growth. Turning to clauses 4 to 8, which raise tax rates for property, savings and dividend income to ensure that income from assets is taxed more fairly. Those with property, savings or dividend income currently pay lower rates of tax than those whose income comes from employment, as they do not pay national insurance contributions. It is not fair, Madam Chair, that the tax system treats these types of income so differently. It's not fair, for example, that a renter pays a lower rate of tax on their income to the landlord who they're renting the property from. And so I would give up. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Could he confirm if the Treasury has done any analysis on the amount of that tax increase that will be passed on to renters, and if it has, what that's come out with?
The main driver of rental prices in the UK is supply and demand, and this side of the House are seeking to do all we can to reform and improve our planning system to increase the number of homes being built. If members opposite are keen on making sure that we can support households with the cost of living, then I hope they will continue, I hope they maybe would change their approach when it comes to their votes on planning reform in this place, which are vital for supporting families with the cost of living and lowering the cost of renting and owning their own home. This change, as I was saying, will narrow the gap between tax paid on work and tax paid on income from assets. I will, if I may, just try and make a little more progress, but those with small amounts of income from assets will continue to be protected by tax-free allowances, and income from savings and investments held in ISAs will continue to be tax-free. The vast majority of UK taxpayers are unaffected by these changes, as they do not have taxable property, dividend or savings income. Changes to savings and dividend income will apply UK-wide, and the Government has engaged closely with the devolved governments of Scotland and Wales to provide them with the ability to set property income rates in line with their current income tax powers in their fiscal frameworks. Clause 4 will increase the tax rates applicable to dividend income by 2 percentage points for the 26-27 tax year. Clause 5 will increase the tax rates applicable to savings income by the same amount, and clauses 6 and 7 will create separate tax rates for property income, which will apply from the 27-28 tax year. The property basic, higher and additional rates will be set at 22%, 42% and 47% respectively for the 27-28 tax year. Clause 6 will also make changes to the income tax calculation so that general reliefs and allowances will only be applied to property income, savings and dividend income after they have been applied to other sources of income. Clause 8, Madam Chair, will make provision for the Scottish Parliament and the Senate to set devolved property income tax rates. This power will be commenced by the Treasury if the Scottish and Welsh governments agree individually, of course, to take the power, as is the typical process, to protect the powers and responsibilities of devolved governments. Madam Chair, these changes will still ensure that those with the broadest shoulders contribute more. In 2029-30, around 2/3 of the revenue from the increases to the dividend, property and savings tax rates is expected to come from the top 20% of households. Taken together, these measures are projected to yield £2.2 billion in additional tax revenue by 2029-30. Madam Chair, this finance bill is about delivering on choices to protect ordinary workers, choices to cut their energy bills, freeze train fares and prescription charges, and choices to focus on reducing inflation to push down mortgage costs. This finance bill delivers the government's commitment to this country to build a stronger and fairer economy where living standards rise, where child poverty falls, and to ensure public services are improved, with every measure in the finance bill geared towards those high-level goals. The choice at this budget was austerity and decline or investment and renewal, and this Labour government backs investment and renewal. I therefore move that clauses 1 to 8 and schedules 1 and 2 stand part of the bill.
Shadow Minister Gareth Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wish to speak on behalf of the official opposition to new clause 10, new clause 11 and new clause 12, with your permission, which stand in my name. But first, I want to set the scene on clauses 1 to 8. Clauses 1 to 3 impose the charge of income tax and set the main default and savings rate for the next tax year, 2026 to 2027. We should actually remind ourselves that income tax was meant to be a temporary tax back in 1799. It was sold to the British public as a temporary wartime tax. But it has outlived that war, the century, and every promise ever made about it. It should stand as a stark reminder that once taxes are levied, they're not always that easy to undo. I guess there's nothing more permanent than a temporary tax. Now, moving on to clauses 4 to 8. Together, these will implement hikes in the rate of income tax on income from dividends, savings and property in the years to come. Yeah.
Very valid point, and one that my constituents have brought to my attention as well. If you're in the higher tax rate, the amount of interest that they can have for savings rises up to 40%. So those who scrimp and save, who put the money away for a rainy day, they will be penalised. And does the Shadow Minister agree with me that that is absolutely immoral and very, very wrong?
Well, I agree with the honourable gentleman. We are trying to create a savings culture in this country. We're trying to get people to take responsibility, to put their income away for a rainy day, for their retirement. And as I will come on to, it is our position that this bill and the clauses within it do not achieve that. In fact, they do the very opposite. As I was saying, clause 4 increases the ordinary and upper rates of income tax rate charged on dividend income by 2%, a fact that the Minister seemed to miss out in his opening remarks. The income tax rate hike will apply from the tax year 2026 to 27 onwards. Clause 5 sets the savings rate of income tax for the tax year 27 to 28, again by 2 percentage points higher than this year, and those set within this bill for 2026-27.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister. I draw attention to my entry in the register. I wondered if he shared my concern, particularly at the change in the taxation rate on dividends, because more important even than building a savings culture is building an enterprise culture. And of course, by continuing, sadly, this modern trend started under George Osborne of taxing the return on risk, we destroy any idea of having an enterprise culture in the UK. And the less and less people can see that their investment in starting a business or in plant and machinery is going to result in a return that is taxed more likely than unrisky income is, the less likely they are to take that risk.
I have great sympathy with what my right honourable friend is saying. He's right that there is a point at which you overtax risk and overtax enterprise to the point at which they just stop taking risk and stop being enterprising. And I think the trick within the Treasury is to ensure that you can raise enough revenue from a broad base of different taxation to pay for public services.
Well, we're looking for growth.
But you want to try and achieve growth, not by overtaxing growth and growth activity, but by actually incentivising it through other means. So I completely agree with my right honourable friend on that point. And I should say, when I was talking about the increase in tax on dividend income and on savings, this together, these two clauses will have significant consequences, not just for those who take risks, but household savers, for pensioners, as well as investors in the companies that my right honourable friend describes. And in fact, Hargreaves Lansdowne has described Clause 5 as, in their words, a shocking tax rise for savers. At the same time, these measures will combine with the Chancellor's cut to the allowances for ISAs. So this finance bill is implementing a double whammy tax on savers. The bill treats savings less like a virtue to be encouraged and more like a habit to be discouraged. We believe this will have a big impact on the savings culture and the financial reality for people across the country. And that's why new Clause 11 calls for the Chancellor to come to this House to make a statement that sets out the impact of all British savers and pensioners, that this overall onslaught, this savers tax hike will have. But of course, it's not just savers who are impacted by this bill. Small and medium-sized businesses, as we were just discussing, the engine of growth up and down the country of every constituency, providing 60% of employment, will feel the pain from these changes. Indeed, the Federation of Small Businesses has been clear that through the measures in Clause 4, this government is continuing to make investing in your own business one of the least tax-friendly things you can do with your own money. Many entrepreneurs and business owners choose to pay themselves part of their income in the form of dividends. And for many years, dividend tax rates have not been set below the main rate by accident or ideology, but rather to reflect the fact that dividend income is paid out of profits that have already been taxed through corporation tax. And I'm afraid even the largest businesses, never mind the SMEs, even the largest businesses aren't safe from this. Literally, as soon as the Chancellor announced the changes in Clause 4, investment managers were already warning that this is completely contradictory with the government's stated desire to encourage more investors to hold UK equities. So many of which, by the way, are pretty good income-paying stocks. International investors come to the UK to buy dividend-yielding stocks, and yet this will discourage that even further.
Will the Shadow Minister give way? Yeah. I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister giving way. Would he agree with me that the overall thrust of the government's finance bill and the clauses they're putting forward this evening are to discourage saving, to discourage enterprise, to hit the people that do the right thing, all to fund more welfare spending? This is not a recipe for growth, is it?
And touches on an important point. What is this for? People know they have to pay tax. We may disagree on who pays tax and how much tax, but ultimately, where is this going? It's going to surrender the Chagos Islands. It's going to pay public sector workers eye-watering sums to only see them come on strike once again. I think the hard bit for the general public is understanding where on earth all of this money that is being raised by record tax hikes is actually going. And that is the point that I think the Minister needs to be held to account on today. No explanation has been made for this. We're not in times of COVID. We're not in times of great crisis. This is money that is being raised because Labour are in trouble and Labour are in the pockets of, or the union is in the pocket of the Labour Party. So I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention. As I was saying, new Clause 10 includes further assessments specifically on domestic equity markets, as I was saying, and institutional investors, because this will have a negative drag effect on the international climate as relates to getting in more investment from institutional investors into UK equities. Finally, Clauses 6 to 8 and Schedules 1 to 2 introduce new rates of income tax altogether, this time on property income. Again, these rates are to be set for the tax year 2027 to 2028 at 2 percentage points higher than the main rate of income tax. Now, members opposite may take great satisfaction in what could be described as a war on landlords, but we should pause and remind ourselves of who many landlords actually are. They're not barons, they're not vast landowners, they're ordinary people doing what we've encouraged them to do for decades, taking responsibility for their own future. They're the couple where one parent works long hours in a steady job, the other juggles work and family life, who save carefully and invest in a small property because they know that the state pension alone might not be enough when they come to retire. It's the retired couple who inherit a modest flat from their parents, not as a windfall, but as a source of security in later life, and rent it out to supplement a fixed income. These are not people gaming the system, as many members opposite have tried to suggest in the past. These are people responding to it. They're good people, and 44 of them are actually Labour MPs. And this new tax doesn't just hit landlords, though. It hits renters too. The British Property Federation and the OBR have both warned that this measure could restrict the supply of private rental properties, adding pressure to an already strained market. The Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and the National Residential Landlords Association both say that rents will rise faster than might have otherwise been the case as a direct result of this bill. So new Clause 12 in my name seeks to force the government not to rely on their stereotypes against landlords, but to assess the impact on both the supply and the cost of private rental properties as a result of their new renters' tax. In summary, Madam Chair, these clauses represent a new front in Labour's war on the middle class and aspirational households. In Grantham and Bourne, in Chipping Barnet, and across the country, these clauses impose not one, not two, but 3 income tax rises to the British public, totalling more than £5.5 billion. This isn't a plan for change. It's a savers' tax onslaught, carefully phrased, politely worded, and deeply felt. Same old Labour.
Yeah.
Dr. Jeevan Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I speak, I'd like to draw attention to my register of interests. It's a pleasure to speak in this packed chamber and to the millions of people no doubt watching at home today. I wish to speak to Clause 4 of this bill, but before I start, I'd also like to thank the member opposite from Mid-Bedfordshire. I seem to recall last year making a slight mistake in this debate and not speaking to a specific clause, and the member very graciously saved me, a young callow youth that I was. So I just want to start by saying thanking him very, very much. I do certainly remember that today. Madam Deputy Speaker, today Britain faces an affordability crisis. Record numbers can't afford a decent living. And on top of that, we face a military crisis. We now have to defend our nation as we haven't had to do for almost a century. On top of that, we're a nation that's deeply divided between those who can afford a decent life and those who cannot. And because of that, we are unable to stand united as one nation to meet this moment and meet these challenges. That is why today I'm speaking in favour of Clause 4, because it is a tax that, yes, hits the wealthiest, but also ensures that we can help to grow this economy and is easily implementable. And I'll cover why that is as we go forward in this debate, Madam Chair, apologies. People in this country are deeply frustrated. They're deeply angry about where this nation is. Record numbers cannot afford a decent living. Just 1/3 feel comfortable with how much they can afford. That is lower than in the financial crisis. It's lower than in austerity. It's the lowest in our lifetimes. And that's why we're seeing such anger on our streets. That's why we're seeing it on our screens, why we feel it viscerally as constituency MPs. But alongside that, we've seen that while that is also happening, we've seen the wealth in this nation grow, and it's grown dramatically. Wealth as a proportion of GDP has doubled since the 1980s. We see the amount of dividends being paid out more than doubled since 2010. And we've also seen in this nation people who have owner-managers being able to reduce their tax liability by not, of course, drawing out their income through earnings. And that is why it is right that we rebalance the tax burden between earnings and income earned from elsewhere, and especially, Madam Chair, that earned from dividends. What we have seen in this country is a taxation system that has not kept up with the way that our economy has changed. That even as wealth has become far more important in this nation, it has not been taxed commensurately. Whilst income tax and national insurance have increased the share of GDP, we have not seen the same happen for taxes on profits. While we have seen, for example, the amount of wealth as a proportion of GDP double, we've seen the income tax from that wealth only increase by 30%. The income taxes in this nation are being levied on those who are earners, but not being levied on those who are getting their income from wealth. And that's why it's entirely right that in this budget and as part of this clause, we ensure that we tax dividends at a greater rate. And I'd like to set out, Madam Chair, why it is that will indeed be a way that both improves growth, that it ensures that we hit the richest and is easily implementable. In terms of improving growth, we've seen that dividend taxation, we've seen that same happen in France. It stops payments going out of the company and instead they ensure they stay in and are invested. We've seen that it hits the wealthiest because 1/5 of those who gain dividends are in the top 1%. And we know it's an easily implementable tax because we're seeing it be implemented in this bill. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Does he believe that increasing taxation on dividends will result in more entrepreneurs taking risks and employing people and growing the economy, or fewer?
Lead to more investment in this country. And I'll say this as well. We see across the world, the people who invest in this nation, while they create great companies, is because they want the return after tax. And if you have an economy that's growing, if you have more investment, that means more sales, it means more money in your pocket. So I don't accept, I say, the proposition from the honourable member opposite, that by raising this taxation rate, somehow that means less entrepreneurship and less investment in our economy. I believe he wants to get in, yes.
Tim giving away a second time. Is he seriously saying that increasing the rate of tax in dividends will result in more investment in this country?
So to be clear, we have seen this happen in France, and that is exactly what happened, because the incentive then was for payments to go back inside the company rather than being drawn out in dividends. What we also see in this nation, indeed at the moment, is that payments for earners, they're able to reduce their tax liability by 13% by paying out in dividends. It is a form of income that is effectively earnings, but it's not being reported as earnings. So yes, I would say that is the case. And not only would I say it is the case, I would say it's the case the international evidence shows. I take the theoretical point he raises, but in practice, what we have seen is that by raising dividend taxes, it keeps the money in the company and it leads to rising investment rates. This is, Madam Chair, the most important Parliament in a century. And like those who were in this House a century before, we face before us deep, deep challenges. Like those in this House almost a century before, we're seeing the far right on our streets because people cannot afford a decent living. Like those a century before, we face a military dictator in Europe who wishes to redraw borders by force. And like those a century before, in this continent, we now must ensure that we defend ourselves. And it was almost a century before, in this House, that a Conservative Prime Minister would increase taxes on the wealthiest to pay to defend our nation. It was almost a century ago that we taxed the wealthiest to ensure every single person in this country had a good job. And it was almost a century ago that we had built a welfare state to ensure every single person could have a decent living and have a stake in this nation. Madam Chair, for our nation to meet this moment, we have to be united. And to be united, every single person has to have a stake in this country. And to have a stake in this country, they need to see and believe that democracy can deliver for them, that they can earn a decent living. And that's why Clause 4, by taxing the wealthiest onto dividends from those who gain their payments from wealth and not those who are earning from PAYE, helps ensure that we raise the revenue we need to get investment, to get growth going, and in a way that is easily implementable. I will give way.
For the honourable member for giving way. He said earlier in his speech that this was a tax on the rich because 20% of dividends are paid to the 1% richest people in the country. But that means that 80% are not. Does he not accept that dividends are right at the heart of the savings culture in this country? If you tax them, you're going to get less savings.
So I'm not sure I quite follow the point there, to be perfectly honest with you, because what's true is that most people's main saving investment, for example, will either be through the pension funds they own, which would be their biggest savings vehicle, if you like, that wouldn't be subject to dividend taxation in the same way, because you'd buy out at the end and ensure that you have a payment for your product. So I'm not sure I quite follow, but it is possible I misunderstood the point, to be fair to the honourable member. Madam Chair, I can see there are lots of people trying to get in, so I'll close now to let them. And it's a thrilling topic, which I'm sure we'd all across this House agree. Madam Chair, this is the right thing to do to balance the taxation between earnings, between payments from wealth. It's a long-needed updating of our taxation system. I'm proud of a government that does that. I'm sure we all are. And with that, Madam Chair, I will close.
Lord Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak to clauses 1 to 8 in Schedules 1 and 2. And overall, these tax changes increase complexity, raise the tax burden on small businesses and savers, and raise the risk of serious unintended consequences on the property market. They all have the hallmarks of a Treasury tax grab without proper consideration to the broader consequences. When taken together, clauses 4 to 8 really do add more complexity, and concerns have been raised by the Chartered Institute of Taxation and the Association of Taxation Technicians. They highlight that there are new property rates that add 5 new rates to income tax rates. These are the property basic rate of 22%, the property hire rate of 42%, the property additional rate of 47%, the property trust rate of 47%, and the savings trust rate of 47%. These different rates are going to be applying, different rates will apply to investment returns differently as they will as opposed to savings. Basic and higher dividend rates have been changed, but additional dividend rates have not, without any explanation as to the policy intent behind this. And if the Minister could set that on the record, that would be helpful. The long and short of it is that the government says that it wants to simplify tax, but these changes are making things more complicated. The Making Tax Digital forms will need to be updated, and what is likely going to happen is that more individuals and more small businesses are going to make more calls to HMRC. Now, recently, research by the House of Commons Library, commissioned by we Liberal Democrats and my honourable friend from Maidenhead, shows that HMRC failed to pick up 1 in 5 taxpayer calls over the last decade, with the tax service leaving the best part of 100 million calls unanswered in the last 10 years. HMRC has failed to pick up 83 million calls from Brits in the last 10 years, with 6 million of those being in just the last year. That is why we have been calling for a new HMRC hotline dedicated to supporting pensioners. This will help those who are among the likeliest to seek tax information over the phone, whilst freeing up capacity for the tax service to deal with other queries, something that is imminent given that these tax changes will result in more phone calls to HMRC. More broadly, Madam Chair, the Federation of Small Businesses has said that hikes to dividend tax mean that the government continues to make investing in your own business one of the least tax-friendly things you can do with your money. So will the Minister listen to our small businesses which are suffering under a mounting tax burden, not least from the government's business rates bombshell, and finally give them some respite? And finally, Madam Chair, on new clause 2 tabled in my name, we Liberal Democrats are calling for a review of the impact of Section 7 on rent prices. As a number of honourable members have highlighted today, this amendment would require the Chancellor of the Exchequer to lay before the House a proper assessment of the impact of these tax changes on rent prices. Countless renters across the country will be worried that higher property income tax will simply get passed on to them, making things even worse during the cost of living crisis. We cannot afford to ignore the unintended consequences of any tax policy. So this amendment would require the government to update the House on some crucial detail about the broader impacts of this measure. What proportion of this tax rise will get passed on to renters according to the Treasury's estimates? Which income groups are most likely to be affected by this tax rise, and which parts of the country will bear the brunt of it? I hope the Minister will agree with me that this information is essential. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and may I thank members on this side, and particularly on this side of the House, for their contributions today. I believe There may be other things going on in the Palace today that have drawn other members of the Labour Party's benches to committee rooms, but I'm very glad that the member for Loughborough has chosen to prioritise speaking in the important finance bill debate today. I thank him very much for that. Madam Chair, I will take a few moments to respond to some of the points that have been raised during this all too brief debate on these important clauses. The opposition spokesperson, I may say, it's always a pleasure to stand opposite him here, and it was enjoyable to have a history lesson rather than a selection of poetry or literary references, as I often get when I stand opposite the Shadow Chancellor. But yeah, he notes correctly that income tax was originally introduced as a temporary measure. I've been running through in my mind the taxes that were introduced by the 2010-24 government that were initially announced as temporary but are still with us. But I won't comment on them for reasons he may understand. He mentioned my constituency, and I thank the opposition spokesperson for giving me a chance to talk briefly about Chipping Barnet, because he did mention, Madam Chair, what are these tax rises for? And I can tell him that the area that I know best, the NHS waiting lists, are falling, and falling for the first time in a very long time. I can tell him that the number of police officers are increasing after having been cut significantly. We're opening breakfast clubs in primary schools, and those changes that are happening in my patch are happening across the country. The investment in our public services, Madam Chair, that have been enabled by the tax changes that this government has made to raise revenue in a sustainable and fair way in order to ensure that we can fund our public services and keep borrowing on a downward trajectory. The opposition spokesperson also raised the issue, the change on taxation for landlord income, the 2 percentage point increase. I fully understand, as does he, that there are many reasons why people end up becoming landlords, and we want to make sure that the taxation is fair and is reasonable, and that's why landlords do not pay national insurance in the way that their tenants do, and we have taken steps to reduce, but not to close in full, the gap in tax treatment there by the 2 percentage point increase. It will still be the case that landlords will typically pay a lower rate of tax than their tenants, but that gap will be reduced by the measures that were set out today. The opposition spokesperson and other members opposite have raised in interventions, Madam Chair, the changes on dividend taxation. The main takeaway from the Office for Budget Responsibility on these measures is that they do not expect the changes to dividend taxation that were announced at the budget a few short weeks ago to have a significant impact on business investment, and business investment is forecast to continue to grow over the course of the OBR's 5-year forecast horizon, which is good news, because one of the things that we know we need to do in this country is turn around the long-term weakness in investment, both public and private sector, that's driven our long-term productivity and growth underperformance. Over the last 30 years, and this is an issue that both parties should take, both major parties and the Liberal Democrats for their time in the first 5 years of the coalition, I may add, should take responsibility for. I believe in 24 of the last 30 years, though that may now be 1 year out of date. I'll have to update it for next time. The UK has had the lowest rate of investment of any G7 economy, and until we can start to turn that around through higher public and higher private sector investment, our economy won't be able to be firing on all cylinders as this government would like it to continue to be doing. Madam Chair, welcome to your place, and let me now turn in the time that we have to discuss the specific amendments and changes to clauses that have been moved. So turning first to new Clause 2 and new Clause 12. New Clause 2 asks the Government, within 3 months of this Act coming into force, to lay before the House of Commons an assessment of the impact of implementation of Section 7 of this Act on rent prices. New Clause 12 seeks to make the Government, within 6 months of this Act coming into force, publish an assessment of the impact of the changes introduced by Sections 6, 7 and 8 of this Act on the private rental sector in England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. As members in this House will be aware, the Office for Budget Responsibility engages closely with the Treasury on the potential impacts of policy measures as part of standard budget processes, and the OBR does not expect that the reform to property income will have a significant impact on rental prices in the forecast horizon. As I was discussing earlier, the economic literature points to rental prices being determined by the balance of supply and demand in the market, not just the costs facing landlords. And the housing market has proven to be more resilient than expected in 25, and as interest rates fall further, that should, we would hope, reduce costs for landlords too. The Government is committed, Madam Chair, to building 1.5 million new homes in this Parliament. A year ago, we announced major changes to the National Planning Policy Framework forecast by the OBR to deliver 170,000 additional homes and add £6.8 billion to the economy in 2029-30, the largest upgrade to the size of the economy through a non-fiscal measure that the OBR had ever scored. That will raise the supply of housing, as this Government is doing through its ambitious programme of reform, and that is the route to improving housing affordability for tenants up and down the country. And I would encourage members opposite who are expressing an interest today in making sure that rents stay low on a sustainable basis for their for tenants to support the Government in its efforts to reform the planning system rather than focus narrowly just on one relatively modest change to taxation. On the request to report back in the coming months, a tax information impact note has been published in the standard way for UK-wide changes to the tax system, and the Treasury will continue, of course, to monitor the rental market. New clauses 2 and 12 should therefore be rejected. Madam Chair, turning now to new clause 10, which asks the Government within 6 months of this Act coming into force to make a statement to the House on the impact of the dividend tax measures on household savings decisions, domestic equity market, institutional investors and outcomes for savers and pensioners. To be clear, institutional investors are not affected by UK personal dividend taxation. Of course, I respect and understand that others are. But overall, the OBR, as I said, does not expect the changes to dividend tax announced at the budget will have a significant impact on business investment. And they say that real business investment will increase on average by 0.75% a year between 2026 and the end of the decade. The Government wants to encourage investment in productive assets as well as saving, which is why everyone can contribute up to £20,000 a year into stocks and shares ISAs, with all returns entirely tax-free. The vast majority of pensioners do not have taxable dividend income and will pay no more tax as a result of this change. All UK residents benefit from a tax-free dividend allowance in addition to the £12,570 personal allowance, which means you pay no tax on the first £500 of dividend income above your personal allowance. And yes, all dividends received on assets held within ISAs continue to be entirely tax-free. Information on expected impacts of this measure have already been published in the Tax Information Impact Note. Clause 10, new Clause 10 should be rejected. Madam Chair, turning to new Clause 11, which asks the Government within 6 months of this Act coming into force to make a statement on the impact of the savings measures on household savings decisions and outcomes for savers. As members in this House know, most UK taxpayers are entitled to a personal savings allowance on top of their standard personal allowance. Basic rate taxpayers can receive £1,000 of saving interest without paying tax.
lovely thing.
So when he comes here, I might have to come in and do that.
Nine.
No, we'll get 9. He is quite tall.
It doesn't matter, Dave.
that new? It's a 3. Got about a year ago. They're less powerful, but I almost only use them now just because they're so handy. Yeah, that's 300. And the only time you really need the 500 is like outdoors, sunshine. You should do it again and again. Yeah. There's a 500, there's no 500 one as well, but it's really heavy. I just think they're all integral batteries. No, the 5 you can, the 501 you can, that you can't. But you can, it's USB charge, so you just put a power bank. But when you put, I don't like those really heavy lights on top of the light, you know, you have to put so much weight. Well, I've got C-stands, which don't make, you know, they weigh a ton, but you can't boom it. So in studios I've got a beat video show top on the boom. You can't boom a massive 500 watt. That's going to kill you. Yeah, we're just like, well, no, it's metal, but yeah, but you don't see your car.
Looking around to your right, please. And just next to him here, please. Back to your left. And then just back to your right here, please.
Just bring your eyes back again, back to your left there. Nice big smile.
And looking to your right, please, sir.
To my right?
But just to me. And just next to him, please.
Get back, girl. Steal. Thank you, guys. And then just come around to your left for us. That's it. Just there. Thank you very much. And just on the street here, just here. And just watch the camera, please.
Can I just jump in here?
So just start to your left. And coming around to your left-hand side, please, right there.
Right foot. There we go. That's the one. Thank you. Brilliant. Stay with me. And then, boys.
All the way around to your left, please. Just side to your left. And all the way around. And in just there. And let's look. And then back in your last up. Brilliant. Thank you.
Her theory is that if anything happens within 5 or 6 years, the mortgage gets paid off. She's not insurance policy as well. So she doesn't want to use the money to pay off the mortgage. 30? But she won't buy it. See our boys?
Just the command on your right, please.
Just go around, just go left there.
Yeah, well, I know my Z8 is repair. I've got a Z6 too.
But only one will get it. Yes. Yeah. And then Utopia next.
I didn't realise you had one of those. So I had the problem with the horizons. It's like 6 million in my photos. This is the reverse. So if I shoot something too late, I'll just strange things. Since it's so far away. So I've got to figure out this should be alright. Okay. It's nice. It makes it.
This is my red carpet moment. We've got the billboard behind us, and these are all the guys. Trust me, they take my photo already. They really have. This is what it looks like. They can spin.
No variables. The light not changing.
He needs to go right. They push him back a bit as well because he's huge.
Very cool, very cool.
I will, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the congregation.
One step back.
One step back.
Oh, there we go.
That's there.
There we go. That's the one. One, two, stay there. And boys, here we go. Straight ahead, please. And looking round on the right, please.
Back to your left, please. Will, to your right as well, please. And just straight ahead.
Well, take him round again.
And Will to your right.
Will. Will to your left, please.
And Will, just into this one here, please. And just next to him, please.
And to your left, please.
And Will, just back here, please.
Next one. Here we go. Ooh, we've changed environments. That's clever. That's clever, yes.
And Will, just nice here, please.
And
Will, and then Will, just back to your left again, sir. And Will, just coming around to your left again, sir. Just there.
Line the middle foot.
Will, just next to the top of the one next to him. That's all right. Will, just coming back again. And
Will to your far right, hit far
Sarah, stand in front. And Will to your left. Will to your left.
Will to your left.
And then coming around to your left, please. And all the way around to your left.
Just a bit, please. Thank you very much. From there, thank you. And again. And eyes straight ahead, please.
And one more with this, please.
Are we centered enough? We're good? We're good? Beautiful. Center. Left. There. One to the left.
This camera here, please.
To the right of center. All the way right.
And if you wouldn't mind, just to your left again, please.
I know, right? Good to see you. We're bunching in. We're bunching in a little bit. You can center us a bunch. Are we good? You're happy, center? All the way left. There.
And Will, all the way to your left, please. To your far left.
All the way right. All the way right.
And just
Down in front.
And just coming back around.
Hard left. Hard left.
Thank you.
And then thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you guys for coming. Hope you enjoy.
Ready.
Okay, are we done?
Not yet.
What?
I had a meeting there, and I was
So I'll just bring you guys this way. Or you come this way. Thank you guys. Take it quickly.
He said